I am very much looking forward to getting my teeth into that weekend. But we've got a few more, as we said, shows to go until we actually get there. We're well on the road towards WrestleMania, though. And tonight we've got a show that's going to see Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. So I'm expecting to see both of those tonight. It said that it's going to feature them. I don't know if it means they're on the show or if it's just going to be like a video package, or you never quite know. The way it's worded, it's hard to tell exactly what we're getting. I haven't seen it say like they're going to be face-to-face in the ring or anything like that, so we'll have to wait and see what we get. I know that we are getting a fatal four-way match between the 4 teams that are going to make up the women's tag team match. So we've got, I need to have a look at this. We've got Sasha Banks, who's representing the team of Sasha and Naomi. We've got Rhea Ripley, who's representing the team of Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan. We've got Queen Zelina, who's representing the champions, Zelina and Carmella. And then we've got Shayna Baszler, who's representing that kind of new team. I don't know if they've got a name yet, but Shayna Baszler and Natalya, which I really like that team. And actually, if Ronda is going to have a bit of a stable, if she's going to have a couple of women by her side, if Ronda's maybe not going to go like throughout this next year on her own, it would make perfect sense for it to be Shayna Baszler and Natalya. The reason why it makes sense is because Shayna Baszler was actually on The Ultimate Fighter, which is like a kind of reality show where they put a load of fighters in a house and then they try and find out of those contestants who is the ultimate fighter, right? Winner gets a contract with the UFC. And you have 2 teams. One was Team Ronda, and the other, I believe, was Team Misha Tate. And so Shayna Baszler was on that, and she was on Team Ronda. So they've known each other for a long, long time. They go all the way back. She's, of course, one of the 4 MMA horsewomen. So the relationship there is like sisters, rock solid. So perfect sense to put Shayna with Ronda. And Natalya is someone that really took Ronda under her wing, showed her a load of stuff. I think that Natalya is the most, she's had the most matches of any woman in WWE history. I think she's got the most wins. She might also have the most losses as a result. But she is very much the person that WWE turn to when you need to train someone. So, you know, Aaliyah just came up to the main roster. Who did she work with? She worked with Natalya, right? And that's how it tends to go. Natalya is that person that kind of really breaks in the women to the main roster. And she did that and helped Ronda massively, both inside and outside like the ring. So it makes perfect sense for Natalya to be in that group. So I'm wondering if this team has formed because post-WrestleMania, we're going to see them align themselves with Ronda Rousey. And I would be so down for that. I don't know what you would call them. You could call them anything. You could call them the Triangle, which would be really interesting because there is a triangle submission. And you could call them the Triangle because there's 3 of them. So, I mean, that would be kind of interesting. Or maybe the Triad, but I think that's probably got other meanings. But, yeah, like something along those lines. I really like the visual of that. And then that would allow you to do them 3 against the likes of, say, I don't know, Becky, Charlotte, Sasha. Like, I know it's not the 4 horsewomen, but we don't have Jessamine Duke, we don't have Marina Shafir, so we can't do the MMA 4 horsewomen. So that would be a path that we could go. So I'm kind of excited by that Shayna Baszler, Natalya grouping. I really like the look of that. Rhea Ripley, Liv Morgan, I don't mind. I think it gives Liv something to do. It gives Rhea something to do. Why we're not doing more with Rhea, I'm not sure. But at the moment, gives us something to do. Sasha Banks and Naomi, I kind of like that team as well. Again, gives them something to do. I think Naomi has just come out of a bit of a feud. Well, quite a feud, actually, with Sonya Deville. And now she can kind of kick on and hopefully go after some kind of gold, have some kind of gold around her waist. So maybe the team I'm thinking could win it would be Sasha and Naomi. And then you've got Queen Zelina, Carmella. It just gives them something to do. This match is very much let's find something for these women to do match. And I am not down on it, to be honest. I'm not down on it. I know the women's tag division is a bit of a snooze fest, but I actually think these teams look all right, considering they're just like solo stars chucked together, single stars chucked together, and we don't actually have any actual women's tag teams. This is probably, like, I don't want to say as good as it could get, but not bad. I'm going to say not a bad effort by WWE to put these teams together. The other thing we've got as well is Shinsuke taking on Jimmy Uso. That's obviously a little teaser for Shinsuke and Boogs going up against the Usos at WrestleMania. So we've got a little tease for that as well. And I think that's everything. I think those 3 matches are the matches that have been announced. Are you talking about the 4-way tag match that might happen tonight? No, it's a singles match, I believe. They've announced a singles match. So it is in relation to that WrestleMania 4-way match. But we are actually going to see tonight one participant from each team. So here, I'll read you what it says. It says, Sasha Banks, Rhea Ripley, Shayna Baszler, Queen Zelina seek big win en route to WrestleMania before their respective tandems collide for the WWE Women's Tag Team titles on the grandest stage of them all. Sasha Banks, Rhea Ripley, Shayna Baszler, and WWE Women's Tag Team Champion Queen Zelina will engage in a fatal 4-way on the road to WrestleMania. Who will emerge with a monumental win so close to the grandest stage of them all? So that is a match that we've got tonight. That's on SmackDown. As we said, we've also got Nakamura taking on Jimmy Uso. And we've also got, let me read what this says about Roman and Brock. It says, what will the fallout from Brock Lesnar's attack on Roman Reigns and the Bloodline be? Last week, WWE Champion Brock Lesnar laid waste to the blue brand on his quest for payback for the attack that he suffered at the hands of Universal Champion Roman Reigns and the Usos at Madison Square Garden after crashing a forklift into the Bloodline's ride. The Beast ripped a door from their SUV as they sped away. What will happen after the chaotic assault en route to the biggest WrestleMania of all time? So that's what I'm saying. They're not saying that they're actually there. They're not saying they're not there. Like, they're saying what's going to happen next. So I have to presume that Roman's there at least. I don't know if Brock's going to be there this week. You'd have to think Brock will be there next week. I don't know if he'll be there this week. We'll find out. So, yeah, we've got Roman and Brock. Don't know what's happening. Fatal 4-way with the women's tag title match, like, in the distance, which I think looks all right. It doesn't mean anything. That would be my downside to the match. It doesn't mean nothing. Who wins, I don't care. It doesn't really matter, does it? But I like the tag match that we're getting at WrestleMania. And Nakamura against Jimmy Uso. Again, this is the problem with these, like, kind of go-home shows. We get treated to matches that it just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, does it? If Nakamura wins, if Jimmy Uso wins, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins the Fatal 4-way tonight, not bothered. We're already in go-home mode. Do you know what I mean? So, not really tuning in for those matches, more tuning in to see, you know, are there going to be any final twists or turns, any surprises, any OMG moments, anything that's going to feature in, like, a video package, anything that's going to be a bit tasty. So hopefully we get something tonight, because as we said, it's the actual go-home shows next week. Go-home being, you know, the final show before the actual event. Going Ghost! Not going home, going Ghost. Said, what's up, Days? I tagged you on Twitter. We've got some stuff to talk about, haven't we? In an interesting interview Triple H did with Stephen A. Smith. You should watch it when you can, says Going Ghost. Going Ghost, shout out to you, buds. I haven't seen it, to be honest. But, I mean, obviously, I've seen the main story coming out of it. And that main story is that Triple H has retired. That, I think, is very disappointing. I'm sure if you're anything like me, when you first saw it, you was disappointed for him, but also disappointed for us, because, you know, after everything he's done, I think we would all love the opportunity to say thank you. Now, that opportunity will surely come, right? That opportunity will surely come. I can't see any reason why WWE would pass up the opportunity to allow the fans to, you know, I think if Triple H is retiring, he should come out and be able to say it in ring, to be honest, because I think it's a great segment for them, and it's an opportunity for us to say thank you to the game, whilst, you know, he goes out there and, like, the crowd are chanting, you know, thank you, Triple H, or whatever it might be. And I think that it would be nice for him to have that moment, and I think it's right that we get the opportunity to do that. If you're anything like me, though, you'll be thinking, damn, man, why couldn't it have happened at WrestleMania? Why couldn't we have had just that one last match, one more match, him against... His last opponent, it turns out, was Randy Orton, which I think is a great final opponent. That is a brilliant final opponent. If you think back to, like, Evolution... You know, Randy came in and was not really doing much when he was kind of first arrived. It wasn't quite connecting. I think he gets an arm injury. And then when he comes back as part of Evolution. And Evolution was such an important group. That was the faction that had Triple H, Batista, Ric Flair, Randy Orton. And, you know, you might remember the whole thumbs down kind of moment. And... like the fact they've got that history, and they fought each other so many times as well, Triple H and Randy Orton, that I think it's a great, you could say perfect final opponent for him, really. I think that if you was to say the perfect final opponents, his name would be in the conversation. So I think it's brilliant that Randy was his last opponent, but why wasn't it at WrestleMania, and why wasn't it loser has to retire or something like this, you know? Would it have been super obvious which way it was going? Yes, it would. But it was super obvious which way Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair was going at WrestleMania 24, and that doesn't bother anyone. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it shouldn't, because it was brilliant, and it was done brilliant, and it's like the perfect way to go. So, you know, it's a shame we didn't get that moment. I'm gutted for us that, you know, we didn't get that moment. I'm gutted for him that he didn't get that moment, and instead it just gets, like, announced on ESPN, but no, you couldn't be helped. I mean, obviously he had the cardiac arrest after, you know, he's had that since his last match, and that's, you know, changed everything, hasn't it? I should imagine he would have had one more match if it wasn't for that. So his health is just at a place where he just can't. So I get it. It's no one's fault. It's circumstance, but it's just I wish he'd have had that Ric Flair moment, you know. I'm sorry, I love you. It could have been against Shawn, and it could have been exactly the same. I'm sorry, I love you. Bang. That's got to be one of the best retirements, the Ric Flair one. And I know people say he doesn't retire, but to me he did, because I wasn't watching Impact or TNA, so I'm not bothered that he went over there and did some stuff. To me, he was done with the biggest company, WWE, and I don't remember seeing him wrestle again after that. So to me, he has retired, and it's the perfect send-off. I'm really not bothered about TNA and Impact and whatever he did over there. Apparently, he was, like, desperate for the money, so... But yeah, I haven't seen the rest of that interview, so I don't know what else was said. But, I mean, that's the headline, innit? That's been absolutely everywhere about Triple H retiring. Matt says, only super chat of the night. Matt, you don't need to keep sending super chats, bud. You don't need to keep doing it. But know this, days, Noel Edmonds and I had a lovely day out at Palmington Railway Museum. That is good. And Noel couldn't help but talk about you all day. I think you found a friend. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, sorry I couldn't make it. I just had a few bits on. And I'll be honest, I've already been to 5 railway museums this month. So the thought of going to another one this month, you know, was just a little bit too much. But, I mean, April, I mean, I'm willing to do a tour. Literally hit as many as we can. So hit up Noel, Matt. See if Noel, say to him, like, just go, this is the offer, deal or no deal. And see what he says, Matt. See what he says. But appreciate the support, dude. Hazard Talks Footy said, I'm gutted that Triple H had to retire today, as I totally understand it was due to the health, which is important, but it's a shame he didn't get the send-off. Yeah, that's literally what we just said. But yeah, I feel the same. I feel the same. It's circumstance. It's, it's not a case of, why they've done that. I get it. It's his health, and it can't be helped, and, it's just a shame. But even so, I really think that, say, the Raw after WrestleMania, if I'm Vince right now, I'm booking maybe even a moment at WrestleMania. We got 2 days. So if I'm Vince, I'm thinking, right, let's get Triple H on. Let's have a segment where, no one's expecting it. It's like, what's next? Everyone's like, what's next? And all of a sudden his music hits. And out comes the game with Steph. He walks down to the ring. Give him, it doesn't need to be the longest segment, but just give him 5 minutes. So give him a chance to come down to the ring, get in the ring, say a few words, thank the fans, say what he's got to say, give the reasons why in case no one's heard, or some haven't heard. The casuals might not have heard, and just have a really nice moment, and have him and maybe, him and Steph. Or have and you could even have Vince walk out. Vince could come out on the entrance stage with the rest of the roster. Imagine that. Imagine Triple H in the ring talking. He doesn't know that as soon as he's finished, and he says thank you to the fans, whatever, his music hits, he goes to walk away, and out comes Vince and the whole roster, and they stand and applaud. Ah! I mean, that took all of, a minute to think up? So, come on, WWE. Come on. I'm sure you can, if we're going to say that's the least you can do, then I'm sure you can at least match that or do something even better. So, yeah, I'd do something along those lines. Sam Bellissimo says, he was supposed to have something at WrestleMania, but his health scrapped it. He said he has a defibrillator in his chest. That's like Ericsson, isn't it? From the World Cup? No, the Euros. He, the guy that played for Denmark that collapsed. You might have heard, might not have heard, but the Euros are a big championship, arguably the second biggest after the World Cup, and that happened last summer. And during one of the games, a player collapsed, had a cardiac arrest, and he had a defibrillator put in. Now, it's really interesting because he is now not allowed to play in the Italian league, but he can play in the Premier League, the English league. So there's definitely concerns. Let's put it that way. He's not allowed to play in the Italian league. He can't play for his team. He's had to change teams. So yeah, I mean, that's serious stuff. Serious stuff. So I can totally understand him not being medically cleared. And, sounds like it was a very lucky escape, to be honest. I mean, if you've got to the point where you had we knew that it was bad, because any kind of cardiac arrest is not good news, is it? That's a day none of us look forward to in the diary, the day that you have a cardiac arrest. So, yeah, it was bad. We knew it was bad, but I didn't realise he'd had a defibrillator put in, so that's interesting, Sam. Shout out to you. Elliot said, it would be nice if he could show up at Stand and Deliver, maybe say goodbye to Ciampa, who's moving to the main roster. Genuine legend, says Elliot. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I feel like the brand has changed. I mean, in a way, they've really moved themselves away from black and gold. I mean, do you remember that stupid moment? I mean, I thought it was a stupid moment where Bron Breakker actually, kicked the old logo down. And it was like, we love that logo. Love that brand. Bron Breakker, I mean, if you didn't see it, Bron Breakker, who really does kind of embody the new NXT. His ring attire is a splatter of colour, just like the logo. I think we only saw him when this version of NXT started. I can't remember seeing him apart from when he was a security guard on the old NXT. But anyway, I think it was War Games or something. He kind of walked to the ring. They had a big logo, and kind of burst through it and trashed it. And it was like, oh, I kind of feel like this version of NXT doesn't really have Triple H's fingerprints on it. this version of NXT feels very different. So, I don't know. I mean, like, you could have him say goodbye to the fans of NXT, but I sort of feel like it's moved on a little bit from when Triple H was running it. And not always for the best, sadly. So, it's hard. I mean, he's so good. Triple H is so good. He gets it. Triple H gets it. I think Triple H, you can definitely look at NXT Black and Gold, and you can go, man, that was just some of the best stuff. That was some of the best stuff WWE did over the past, say, 10 years, was NXT Black and Gold. Like, you can, I mean, like, I think I'm right in saying the only Dave Meltzer 5-star matches over the past 5 years came from NXT. I can't remember a Dave Meltzer 5-star match on the main roster, but I remember, like, a couple of Johnny Gargano matches getting 5 stars. Mustache Mountain against Undisputed Era got 5 stars. So if you actually care about, like, in-ring, then, and you rate Dave Meltzer, or you respect Dave Meltzer, then, he was giving 5 stars to NXT, and the main roster wasn't getting anything. So, if I think about some of my favourite tag matches, maybe with the exception of, say, New Day against the Usos, like, I think of The Revival, I think of American Alpha, I think of DIY. Do you know what I mean? Like, there was some incredible tag teams that came out of NXT. The Women's Evolution kind of came through NXT. I would say the moment that things really changed for women's wrestling would have been Paige against Emma at down in NXT when they crowned their first NXT Women's Champ. Because what that meant was women were starting to be kind of trained differently, and we were starting to see some, Bayley, Charlotte all came afterwards, Becky all came through after, Alexa all came through after. But I would say, like, Paige against Emma was probably a pivotal moment. You can point to Bayley and Sasha at Brooklyn for one of the best women's matches ever. That was absolutely incredible. Nakamura against Sami Zayn. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So he just gets it, doesn't he? He just absolutely gets it. There's not many times that NXT Black and Gold were making missteps. But, yeah, I'd say NXT misses him, and we're going to miss him as well. The other thing we need to speak about, though, is about Shad. So Shad has been given the Warrior Award. You might remember, I think this was back in, like, 2020, that he sadly, tragically passed away. His son got caught in, I think it was a riptide, and Shad had to get in and try and rescue him. And unfortunately, I think he saved his son's life, but he tragically passed away. And it was horrific, and obviously, thoughts were with him and his family. And I remember at the time a lot of people saying he should get the Warrior Award. And he didn't get the Warrior Award the next year, but he has got it this year. I wonder if maybe they'd already planned for who was going to get it. I don't know. I don't know why he didn't get it last year. But they're giving it to him this year, and it's the right thing, isn't it? It's the right thing. So I think that's to be applauded as well. So really interesting day for news, to be honest. Really interesting day for news. Triple H retiring is big news. I don't know that it's surprising news after the cardiac arrest thing, but it's confirmation. And the Shad thing I thought was, brilliant, great, just what it should be. Justin said Shad deserves it. He really does. I said happy that Shad is getting that award. Austin, hello. Did you see the Blackpool Combat shirt? I didn't. No, Blackpool Combat Club. I have not seen it. I wonder. I'll have a look at it. AEW shop. What I'll do is, I haven't seen it. I've just searched for it. Let's see if we can. Here we go. Boom. What's this? On sale, Orange Cassidy, whatever, limited edition print. There's only 300. Unless it's signed, I'm not bothered. Oh, okay, here we go. Rogue to the Core, William Regal. It's kind of nice. I haven't seen that either. Oh, look at that. Wow, that's interesting. A signed turnbuckle pad. Signed turnbuckle pad? That's nice. $800 is a lot, but who do you actually get? And a signed poster for $500. These aren't cheap, but then I can yeah, there's only a couple. There's only 2 left. Does it say who's actually signed it? No? I mean, I don't know if I'm going to make... I feel like that's Nick Jackson, and that's probably Matt Jackson, so that's the Bucks. I can see the Bucks. Ty Conti at the top. I don't know, man. It's just like Keith Lee. That looks like Keith Lee. Dr. Britt Baker. Mox. So Moxley signed it. That looks like Luchasaurus. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. So, looks like we've got Britt Baker, Jurassic Express, the Young Bucks. That looks like Thunder Rosa. So, I'd say that's Thunder Rosa. I can't make out some of these. They are literally just... Could that be CM Punk? I mean, if that's CM Punk, that's pretty sweet, isn't it? That could be CM Punk, Ty Conti, Keith Lee, Mox. I can't really make out some of these other ones. But it's kind of nice. $800 bucks, though. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't have that lying around, unfortunately. The poster's cool, though, for $500. I'd probably just get the poster if I had $500. I mean, like, and actually, probably looks a bit better because they've signed it next to their names. Look, so Bryan Danielson, Jericho, CM Punk. That's nice, that is. I don't think it's signed by Sting, unfortunately. He wasn't available at the time. But, yeah, that's nice. I like the poster. Jay Cargill. Doesn't look like Thunder signed it. Hook signed it! Hook signed it! Yeah, that's pretty cool. What else? I know this is SmackDown. We're looking at AEW, but there's the Blackpool Combat Club. Blackpool Combat Club is there. It's all right. I don't mind that at all. Blackpool Combat Club. I don't mind that shirt. That's the pattern. Again, I always think, could I wear it with jeans and walk into a pub? Like, you could wear that. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Blackpool Combat Club looks all right. And it looks quite MMA, actually. Feels like I'm part of some kind of elite MMA group. The only problem is someone might try and start a fight. But then I'd kill them. So, there we go. Blackpool Combat Club. That's pretty cool. I've not seen some of these new arrivals. I feel like there's quite a bit of stuff that's dropped on here that I haven't seen before. Blackpool Combat Club. William Regal. Top Flight, Hangman, Orange Cassidy, Santana Ortiz, Everyone Loves the Acclaimed, Thunder Rosa Undisputed, DMD, Cage Match, figures. Lots of figures. That's a good Chris Statlander. That's a great Orange Cassidy. That with the double denim looks great. Jericho looks cool. Looks a bit big, the jacket, but it looks cool. MJF's face looks a little off, but I like the robe. Moxley, maybe the face looks a bit off, but looks all right. Wardlow looks great. Santana and Ortiz look great. The figures, yeah, really strong. I could sit here and just have a look at some of this for a while. I don't know. I've always loved merch. I've always been into merch. That's a big part of my love of wrestling comes from the merch. I love, like, different shirts, different figures, different pop vinyls, foam fingers, flipping, just, I don't know, just love merchandise. So, that would be one of the things I'd always look forward to whenever I went to the house shows when I was young. Always would run to the merch stand. And I can remember the old NEC in Birmingham before they kind of revamped it. And I can remember, like, I vividly remember what the merch stand actually looked like, how big it was, the merch they were selling. I can vividly remember it. It was great. Absolutely brilliant. I will... Stand and Deliver is on April 1st, midday, 8 hours before WrestleMania 38. Did you see WrestleVote's tweet today? I did. They said that they heard from the 2 higher-ups. So this is from Jess. 2 higher-ups have said that they believe Cody should come in exactly as he was in AEW. And I agree with that. So apparently they've said that the impact that would have would be significant if he comes in exactly same music, same presentation, exactly the same. They want it to be like they've literally just plucked him out of AEW and dropped him into WWE. I mean, I thought that it would go that way. I don't really see why you would change it. I understand WWE wanting to own, like, you know, we're going to call him, you know, Cody Codison or whatever. Like, we want to own the name kind of a thing. But I think with Cody Rhodes, he's so well known. And they've got a history, in all fairness, of if you've already built your name outside of WWE, when they bring you in, there is a history of them not changing it. I mean, they didn't change AJ Styles, for example. It easily could have changed AJ Styles. Vince didn't even think people would know who he was. So they easily could have debuted AJ Styles as something different, but they didn't. And I didn't think they would debut Cody as something different either. I thought that they would bring him in as Cody Rhodes, so I wasn't expecting a name change. I did wonder if they might just tweak his look a little bit. But, I mean, realistically, what can you do? I mean, I don't think there's really much that you could change. You could change the music, and you could change the ring gear, but if you change the ring gear, it's not the biggest problem in the world. It wouldn't have been the biggest problem. He's still going to be Cody Rhodes, and, like, the ring gear, if it gets tweaked, it's still going to be roughly, I can't imagine them dressing him up, like, in polka dots. So, I kind of felt that it would be roughly what we saw anyway. But, yeah, just seemingly confirmation, really, that from WrestleVotes, that's the way they're going. Still don't know when it's happening, though. Don't know if it's next Monday. Don't know if it's at WrestleMania. We're still waiting to find out when Cody Rhodes is going to come in. But looking forward to finding out. They didn't change AJ Styles, but they put him with Omos, and that's bad enough, said Shoggoth. Yeah, I mean, they put him with Omos, but that was, 4 years after he debuted. Do you know what I mean? Like, who knows what they're going to do with Cody? Let's just take it a step at a time. They're going to bring Cody in and hopefully keep him as he was in AEW. For now, I'll take that. Channel name said, Britt wins the TBS title, and it will be her and Thunder for the title. Mass Chief said, WWE make good gimmicks. Great. Look at the video and music package they did with Sting. It's the best he had. And said SmackDown next week is in Dallas, immediately following his Hall of Fame. Thoughts on Italy not qualifying, says Lauren. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I mean, to be honest, if I was to choose a game to have watched yesterday, it would have been Portugal-Turkey, because I just thought that Italy didn't qualify at the last World Cup. I understand North Macedonia are a tricky team to beat. They don't really get the respect they deserve, but they qualified for the Euros. They beat Germany in Germany. Like, you can't just go, oh, it's only North Macedonia. Like, they're tricky. They're a tricky team. But I was expecting Italy to be so hungry, desperate, that they would find a way. And to be honest, I think they might have been a bit too hungry and a bit too desperate, because they had like 30-odd shots. Like, they kept trying and trying and trying. They just weren't having any good shots. Like, maybe they should have just been a bit more patient and manufactured something a bit better rather than just getting into around the area and just going for it. But 30-odd shots or something in the end. No goal. And North Macedonia weather the storm, go down the other end in the 92nd minute score, and that is it. Italy out. Italy out. Italy don't qualify for the World Cup. They will not be there. Italy will not be there. The European champions have not qualified for the World Cup. Not the first time it's happened. It has happened before. Apparently they're the fourth. It's the fourth time, which is stunning if you think about it. It's the fourth time that the team that has won the Euros then hasn't qualified for the next World Cup, which is amazing. It's amazing. How is a team so good that they win the Euros and then they don't qualify for the next World Cup? But apparently this is the fourth time it's happened. So, yeah, Italy. And it got me thinking. I was like, we're not going to stick on this subject for long, by the way. But I was thinking, Would I, as an England fan, rather win the Euros but then not qualify for the next World Cup? Or is it better to get to the final and finish second in the Euros? Like, you've gone the whole journey. You've got to the final. You couldn't win the actual final. So you've had the full experience. You just haven't had the victory parade. So is it better to have that but then qualify for the World Cup, which is what England have done? England got to the final and they qualified for the next World Cup. Italy won the final, haven't qualified. Like, what's better? What's better? I mean, God, imagine not having a World Cup to look forward to. Imagine knowing your country wasn't there. England have had that, and it sucks. I said before, I genuinely think it's a worse pain to not qualify than it is to lose in a final. Because I've experienced both, and I know not qualifying is the worst. Because, like, I get to look forward now to England going. I can get excited who's going to be in the team. I can look forward to getting the stickers. I can look forward to getting the book and, like, reading about, like, all the opponents. And I can look forward to seeing what England's chances are like. I can look forward to what group are we going to get. I can look forward to doing the streams and the watch-alongs and being extra invested because England are there. Like, that is a lot to lose. If you didn't have any of that because your team wasn't there, that's a lot to lose. So I feel for Italy fans. Genuinely, I feel for them. I'm glad they're not there because it surely increases England's chances of doing better. You know, the team that beat us now are not there. So that's got to be better for England. But I do feel sorry for them. So, yeah, shocked. North Macedonia was 17-1 to win that. If you'd put down $100, you would have had $1,700 back. If you'd have put $100 on North Macedonia winning that. So, yeah, crazy. But that's football. Rotem said, imagine if they would change their name again to even slightly further north, they would improve even more. Have you shared a slush puppy with a flamingo? Because I have, says Miss Clown One. I haven't. No, I can't say I have. Primo said, between Britt Baker and Jade Cargill, who could you see go into WWE after they feel fulfilled and they want to grow and face women with big name value? Jade Cargill. I think Britt Baker is someone that is going to enjoy being the face of AEW's women's division for as long as she's there. I think Britt Baker is like the Charlotte Flair of AEW. It's probably the closest you could get to Charlotte. She's kind of the Charlotte and the Becky Lynch rolled into one. Like, there's really not anyone close to Britt Baker. And, you know, I say that as a Serena Deeb fan. I love Serena Deeb. I think she is the best female wrestler they have. But her star power, the way she's been featured, isn't even close to Britt Baker. I think Britt Baker has had lots of really fun moments that I think the other women have lacked. You know, Britt Baker has had that kind of relationship with Tony, which has been really fun. Her relationship with Reba has been really fun. She is good on the mic as well. She cuts good promos, interesting promos. She can be witty and funny. And I think that's really, you know, endeared her to the crowd. I think the turning point for her was when she did her legging. Do you remember she did her legging during the pandemic and then she couldn't wrestle, but they kept featuring her. And she was kind of sat on the back of this little truck with her leg in a bit of a cast. And she was just watching the matches and they kept interviewing her. She was like throwing shade and she kept snapping at Tony and they had a bit of a love-hate relationship. She hated him, he loved her type of a thing. And she massively got over. And I think that now that Adam Cole is there as well, like for her to leave all of that and Adam Cole to go to WWE, I think would be a bit of a surprise, to be honest. I'd be surprised. But Jade Cargill, I think Jade is the kind of woman that's very independent. I think that she could get to, you know, a certain level. And I think she is all about her brand. She is all about... I don't think she really cares so much about, like, being the best wrestler. She just wants the most fame. Like, Jade Cargill, to me, is, like, built for WWE. Like, Jade Cargill is perfect WWE superstar. Because, like, she's not really an incredible in-ring competitor, but she's got the look. And I don't think she's really worried about helping AEW become, like, the biggest brand in the world. Like, I think she's more about herself. I get the vibe that she, I don't want to say is selfish, but I think she is all about her brand. And her brand would be bigger in WWE. So, of the two, I would go Jade Cargill. Britt made a name for herself when she got injured and was a heel. She was the only woman that got over with the crowd in a poor division, says Austin. I agree. I think she did a great job when she was out injured. And we were saying at the time, this is exactly how you should use an injured superstar. You know, I mean, Bayley has been away, and no one's going to forget about Bayley, but she's not more over now as a result. Like, she could still have been doing her talk show segments. Why could Bayley have still not been doing regular ding dong hello segments? Like, what would have been the problem? She could have come out in a commercial break. We could have come back, gone straight over. She could have been sat there. She obviously wouldn't be getting physical with anyone, but she could be someone that, like, stirs the pot, you know, and, like, builds, like, a feud. And that would have been a lot more interesting than just seeing, like, them cutting promos against each other in a ring, be it Charlotte and Ronda, be it Sonya and Naomi. Like, you could have been doing, like, ding-dong hello segments. You don't need Bayley to be physical. She could be the kind of person that stirs the pot. And I would have liked that. Certainly if it had, like, a set and it was kind of over on the entrance stage and it had its own little area. Don't need to do it every week, but, you know, once a month, something like that. Once every few weeks, could have done a ding-dong hello segment with Bayley. And that's, I mean, they didn't quite do that with Britt Baker, but they did have her in the crowd watching the matches, and they interviewed her very regular. And she was, like, throwing shade on what she'd seen, trash-talking certain superstars. I think she started to build a feud with Big Swole. I remember Big Swole attacking her, and when she was back and fit, they obviously had a little feud, so I thought it was done very, very well. That was a way of using an injured superstar that I can't recall seeing before, to be honest. Can't recall seeing that way. That could have given Ronda and Charlotte some juice. There's what if Adam Cole leaves AEW with Britt after his 3-year deal is up? By then, he's AEW World Champion, and Triple H may take creative after Vince steps down. Well, don't believe that Vince is gonna step down. Bruce Pritchard said on his podcast there's no talk of that. Believe that if you want to or not. I think the only way Vince does stop will be when he is forced to stop, because, like, he's passed on or something. So, but obviously we don't know when that's going to happen. Could Adam Cole come over if Triple H is running the show? Sure, but, I mean, honestly, we don't know. We don't know if that's even going to be the case. It could be Nick Khan taking over. It could be anything happening. So, obviously, Triple H will have an influence. He's part of the McMahon family, and he's got shares, and, you know, he's going to have a say. But is he going to be the guy that's doing creative and running the show? Genuinely don't know. It's all speculation at this stage. I don't even know if they know what's going to happen when Vince passes away. I'm sure that maybe it's been spoke about with the family, but it's never been announced that this is what happens. If Vince passes away, this is, you know... I mean, we actually know what happens when the Queen dies. Like, when the Queen dies, there's a whole, like, thing in place called, I think, London Bridge has fallen is the code or something, or London Bridge is down. London Bridge is down is the code for the Queen has died, and that gets sent to, like, Downing Street, and then, like, there's days of mourning, and, like, the whole thing has been printed in newspapers. They've managed to get a hold of it. So Operation London Bridge is down is all in place for when the Queen passes away. It's going to be kind of the same when flipping Vince passes away. Like, it's going to be... You ain't going to just have a little flipping graphic at the start of the show for when Vince goes. Like, the shows are going to be dedicated to him, at least for that week, you know, that Raw, that SmackDown. And then I would imagine, like, it'll be built into the storyline as to, like, we get told who takes over and what actually happens. But that process has not been revealed, and it's not been revealed who actually takes over. We don't know. We don't know if it's Nick Khan. We don't know if it's the family. We don't know if it gets sold. We don't know. We don't know. So, and we don't even know, obviously, when it's going to happen. Vince doesn't know when it's going to happen. But I'm sure that there is some kind of plan in place. He will have had it protected. He'll want to know himself, peace of mind, what happens if he does pass away at any point. Who takes over? My guess would be, right now, it'd be Linda. That would be my guess, is that if he passes away, Linda just kind of takes charge. She might not want it. She might immediately put Nick Khan in charge. She might be like the power that overlooks everything. And Nick Khan stays in his current role, but he just gets a bit more on his plate. And maybe Triple H comes in, gets a bit more on his. Maybe Steph gets a bit more on hers. But, don't know, speculation in it. We don't know when it's going to happen. There'll be a pay-per-view for Vince. Vince Mania. Whoa, whoa, Vince Mania. I feel like credits will roll when Vince dies for WWE. What, you think that'll be the end of WWE? I don't think so. I think that when Vince passes away, I think that will actually, for the first week or so, there will be massive intrigue. I mean, that will be, I don't want to say headline news, but it will be on the news that Vince McMahon has passed away. Because he is so synonymous with wrestling that it'd be a big story. It would be everywhere. It'd be spoke about everywhere. I'm not going to say it's the first thing on the news, but I could see it being on, like, the main show and actually being covered because of it being, you know, such a massive deal. I mean, like, when Macho Man passed away, that was, I remember that being on the news. Obviously, part of it was probably the way it happened as well because of the car crash. But with Vince, yeah, I can see it being spoken about and being, like, one of the big kind of stories. And then I think there'll be a lot of intrigue as to, well, what do WWE do? How are they going to honor him? What's WWE going to look like going forward? Like, many of us throughout our whole lives have never seen a non-Vince McMahon WWE product. It will be weird, strange, alien. It might largely feel the same without, like, Vince around, because I should imagine a lot of people there are kind of set in their ways and they know the Vince McMahon way, and it might take a little bit of time to, like, for it to, like, evolve and change and start to slowly move away from what Vince was doing. But I think by and large, everyone, like Steph, Triple H, they know. You know, I should imagine people would be, what would Vince do? I should imagine that would be a question that would be asked a lot. What would Vince do? In this situation, what would Vince do? I can see that being asked a lot. He will be like their Obi-Wan Kenobi. He will still guide them spiritually as to what would Vince do. I think there will be a lot of that. So I think if you're thinking that when Vince dies, the product's going to, like, drastically change, I don't think it is. I think that there will be changes, but they will be slow. They will come in over a period of time. You fast forward 5 years, and there might be some significant differences within that kind of a time frame. But it ain't going to be that Vince dies and boom, Triple H is in charge, and now we're going to do this. Now we're going to do this. Now I run the show. I don't see that. I really don't see that. I think that it will be a gradual thing that but naturally over time it will move away from the kind of Vince vision, if you will. Maybe all the people they fired would come back, said Frontlines. I don't think that would be, like, top priority. Let's put it that way. I think that whoever takes charge would look at everything. You know, they'll look at the roster, they'll look at the deals they've got with the networks, they'll look at the current storylines, they'll look at, you know, things like that. But their priority is the money. Their priority won't be, you know, going out and signing people, unless there's someone out there that they think they need to get, like there's an opportunity, that they need to maximize. But I would imagine that they will just be looking at, they'll be more interested in the TV deals. What deals have they got in place? When do they expire? Do they need to get negotiations going? Probably negotiations might even still have started for some TV stuff. Their focus will be on that, and the product will just kind of look after itself for a little bit. I think what we think as fans is not what they would think if you was in charge of that company. If you was put in charge, I know a lot of people would be like, well, I'd go get the Fiend. The first thing I'd do is I'd sign the Fiend. But that's not what they would be thinking. They would be thinking, where am I right now? What are my TV deals? When do they expire? Because that's a big problem. If your TV deal is coming up in 6 months and you haven't got a new one in place yet, that's your priority, to make sure you're still on flipping TV, and that you've got the deal in place. And as I said, if it was coming up in 6 months' time, you'd have to think talks had already started there. But without knowing when he's passing away, it makes it really difficult. You might have just signed some up for 10 years, so you might be fine on that front, and that then might allow you to look at something else. But then you might want to look at the wage bill. Is it too high? Is it too low? Then you might want to have a little look at that. And then you might want to have a look at the amount of staff you've got behind the scenes, what departments are struggling, what departments need a bit of support, what pay-per-views have you got lined up, what markets can you exploit and go into. I mean, you're going to be looking at all of that. It'd be a long time, I think, until you even got down to bringing in new talent or signing new people, unless there was someone out there say a Gable Steveson that was a massive opportunity. So interesting stuff, though. Interesting stuff. You realise that Shayna and Natalya used to be a tag team around Survivor Series, and they're not new. And do you think Jade Cargill? Do I think Jade Cargill? I don't think Jade Cargill. I don't even know what that means. Shayna and Natalya used to be a tag team. I don't remember them being a team for a long time. They haven't been together all throughout this year. I mean, I can't remember them teaming up. I remember Natalya's been on her own having a feud with Aaliyah. So this might not be the first time they've teamed together, but I like this team, and it feels like we're doing more with this team now than we've done before. So as I say, I like it. I'm into it. Mash Chief said, anyone else see Ryback diss Triple H today? No. Why would anyone care what Ryback's got to say? Why would anyone search for Ryback, and then if they even saw what he was saying, why would anyone pay it any attention? So no, I've not seen that. What matches can you see being added to Mania? Seth versus Cody. Seth versus Cody. I feel like we could do with mid-card titles, because I don't believe there's anything for Ricochet, and I don't think there's anything for Finn yet. I don't think Finn, Damian Priest has been announced, so I think we need something for the mid-card belts. I think we've got both tag belts done. We've got the women's tag title done. We've got all the big championships done. So I think belt-wise we're done. But mid-card titles, Cody versus Seth, and just trying to think if there's any kind of feuds that's happening. Oh, Amos and Bobby Lashley is rumoured, isn't it? Amos and Bobby Lashley, so I could see that being added as well. No news about an Andre Battle Royal, so maybe that gets chucked on. And no news about the Women's WrestleMania Battle Royal, so maybe that gets chucked on as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's that. I would say the mid-card titles, need to see what's happening. The Battle Royals, need to see what's happening. Cody and Seth, Amos and Bobby Lashley. I mean, that would be like a good 5 matches that you could chuck on. And honestly, that would probably fill it. Already, we've got, I think 7 matches the one day, about 5 the next. You chuck another 5 matches on, and, I mean, you're done. So, Rachel said, if you put the titles on the line, almost like a championship Smackdown, that would higher the rankings. Days, if Roman wasn't feuding with Brock, who would you like to see beat Brock for the WWE title? Who would I like to see beat Brock for the WWE title? Good question. I'll tell you the names in my mind. Big E is one. Obviously, you can't do it. But I think that Big E is someone that we all wanted to see win the belt. He got to it. He had a couple of matches. Like, his run is remembered as being disappointing. But he had a couple of really good matches. He had a really good match against Drew McIntyre. And I think he has a really good couple of matches with Bobby. One of them was a cage match that I recall. But I remember him having a decent match with Drew at Crown Jewel, I think it was. So it was okay. There was the matches we were getting were okay. Oh, doesn't he have a really good match with Roman at Survivor Series? I remember watching that going, he is the one, man. He is the one. I was loving that match. Him and Roman were like going at it, and it was great. It was so good. So the problem is he didn't have a feud. So he had a feud with Bobby because didn't he win the belt off Bobby? And then Bobby wanted it back. So there was a little feud there. After that, he has a match with Drew, but we already knew that Drew was going to SmackDown, so we knew Drew wasn't winning. Then he has a match with Roman at Survivor Series. Titles weren't on the line. And then I don't think it was long after that he lost the belts. So, like, there was no, like, feuds or weekly, like, segments for him to do promos and for him to get attacked and all that kind of stuff and for him to get his teeth into. We didn't get that. So I feel like creative let Big E down because, well, the matches we did see weren't bad. So I would have Big E do it. Obviously, you can't have Big E right now because of the injury, but that's who I would have wanted. And then I would invest in him. I'd give him those feuds. I'd give him those opportunities. I would move him away from, being like New Day Big E. And give him a bit of an edge. He needed a bit of an edge. Like, I'm all for the power of positivity, but, like, you can still have a bit of an edge to you. And I actually thought, like, he looked better when he did display that. But, yeah, I'd go with him. He feels like the right person to me. Bit too soon for Gable Steveson. Bit too soon. They should bring back a Money in the Bank match at WrestleMania just to take the titles away from Roman and Brock. They don't need them for the feud, says Shoggoth. Jaden said, me and my dad think that Roman and the Usos will lose the titles at WrestleMania. It's finally going to happen. Roman's empire will collapse. Do you think Shayna should be Ronda's first opponent when she wins the title? She could be. I think the way that you do it should be that they're friends and she wants to give her the opportunity, and then they have a really great match. Shayna falls short, and then Ronda reaches a hand out and says, like, you were everything I knew you would be. I want you by my side. And, then they are a union. That would be great. And then what you could do is you could have them as a union. Right at the end, Shayna turns on Ronda right at the end. And that could be a great way of Ronda leaving and kind of passing the torch over to Shayna. Shayna beats Ronda. She couldn't do it the year before, but she does it a year later. That would be great. I'd love that story. So, yeah, I don't mind Shayna being Ronda's first opponent. Jonathan said, do you think Brock will leave after WrestleMania? I don't think he's going to leave. I don't think that's it. But I do think that he will reduce. I don't think you're seeing Brock as much as you are now. I think they've used Brock heavily. I mean, we've seen more of Brock recently. Since he came back at, like, SummerSlam. Between SummerSlam and WrestleMania, we've seen loads of Brock. We've had loads of stories that have been told. I'm sure they're paying him handsomely. And he seems to be enjoying himself. But I can't see him continuing this. You know, he's someone that loves his farm, someone that I should imagine is, you know, not enjoying going around the country as much as what he's being forced to. So I would imagine that his schedule will greatly reduce again. Okay, we are up and running. So, Jonathan Walker, shout out to you, buds. Okay, we have got... Who's starting the show? We just saw a recap of last week. Okay, we got Brock backstage. He's waiting outside Roman's locker room. Have you thought about your actions? Paid some fines. He said, I got Roman a new SUV in blood red. So they've told Brock not to. Engage in anything unless he is provoked. So he said, "I'm just gonna hang around Roman's locker room and wait to be provoked." It's not a bad locker room at all. Some fruit on the table for him. Nice, some champagne. Brock puts his feet on the table, breaks the table. Ronda on the Rampage. So we've got Ronda on the Rampage tonight, whatever that means. We've got that fatal four-way match coming up. This is what's on the menu tonight, being delivered by Papa John's. So it's probably going to be late and cold. Fatal four-way match. And then right now, we have got Nakamura against Jimmy Uso. Not the strongest start. I mean, I like that little bit backstage. But obviously only lasted a couple of minutes. I wonder if that means that this is a pretty stacked show, if we're going to this first. I wonder if that means, like, there's quite a bit that's lined up, so we need to get this done and get on to other stuff. Or it's not a stacked show, and we've just had to go to this first. Anyway, here we go. Nakamura against Jimmy Uso. Boogs is out there. That was a good, quick segment, says WWE Clips. Ledger Killer, hello. Shout out to you. No more table for the head of the table, said Jake. That's true. That table's done, innit? In my mind, I can see a Cowboy Brock come in with a table that breaks Mattel figure. Every time there's a moment like that, I think in terms of Mattel. I constantly think, like, well, that'd make a good figure. Could have that Cowboy Brock with a collapsible table. This is awesome. Boogs, says Delwyn. Just Alex said, why are the crowds so hot lately? I always have to have the sound turned down, so I don't know. I mean, it is WrestleMania season, so perhaps we're starting to see a few international fans coming over. Might be a bit early for it. Although saying that, it is only next weekend. If anyone's come over for a couple of weeks, then they might be there now. But I would imagine, like, you know, people are probably just excited for WrestleMania. I'm just having a look in the front, and I thought I saw green shirt guy, actually. I saw a quick flash of green. So, I don't know if it is him or if it's just someone, like, maybe wearing a Cena shirt or something. But, yeah, I mean, look, it's WrestleMania season. This Rock Roogs could be a big star. Not sure about the guitar. Rick Boogs. Yeah, I like Rick Boogs. I like Rick Boogs. I like his moustache because I can't think of anyone else that's got a moustache. So to me, he kind of stands out for that. But not only that, he's jacked. I like he's very strong as well. We've seen the single-handed military press, and he's got a lot going for him. And he's got a personality. I mean, if you ever saw him down in NXT when he was Eric Bugenhagen, I think his name was. He was so much fun. I remember him getting into Full Sail into the ring, and he used to do like an air guitar thing, and he'd be like rocking out at the end of his match, and like the crowd was like going crazy, and he was like really going for it. Like he's very charismatic. So I think he's got a great personality. I think that he has got incredible strength. I think he's got a decent look. He's ticking a lot of boxes for me. I'm really, really high on Rick Boogs. Really high on him. I just don't like the guitar thing, personally. It's a bit like a rock version of Elias. It doesn't do it for me. So if we can tweak his character, lose the guitar, and just make him, just a fun guy that cuts fun promos, I think we could get somewhere. What are your predictions, Roman or Brock? Well, I'm hoping Roman. The reason why I'm hoping Roman is because I keep saying it, Brock isn't going to be any bigger if he beats Roman. Like, for me, whoever beats Roman, it's a little bit like ending the Undertaker's streak, just maybe not quite as prestigious. But whoever is the one that beats Roman and takes the belt from him, they're a big star. I mean, you've beaten the person that's been unbeaten now for 500 odd days. And I don't think he's ever been beat since he turned heel and came back. He might have been beaten like a tag match or something, but not one-on-one, not for the title. So whoever does it, it's going to be a big moment. Big moment. And I just don't think Brock needs it. I don't think Brock's as big as he's ever going to be. If Brock does it, okay, Brock's done it. Brock's the champ now. He doesn't need it. I want it to be someone that's going to really benefit. Big E would really benefit. Finn Balor would really benefit. Gable Steveson would really benefit. Bron Breakker would really benefit. These kinds of names would really benefit. Some of them you got to wait a long time, though, because, some of them aren't even on the main roster yet. So, you'd have to wait a long time, 6 months at least. And, there's some people out there that are definitely starting to get bored with this Roman being the head of the table. I'm not, personally. I still love the Roman character. I'm still into the bloodline. I still love all this. It's really not weird. 550 odd days, and I'm not bored. Genuinely not bored. Really enjoying it. So, I think for me, I hope Roman retains, because I don't think Brock's the right person to end it. But if it is going to be Brock, then, so be it. It's Brock. So I'm going to pick Roman, but I'm picking Roman out of hope. Because who actually wins? I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to call. I can see an argument for both. So I'm going to pick Roman and hope it's Roman. Hello, Days. I hope you are well. Good, Edward. Shout out to you. I don't think Roman has been pinned since he came back, said Channel 8. I think you're right. We're at commercial break, by the way. Reese's Pieces fan, hello, said, who comes up with the name for Cody Rhodes when he comes in? Cody Codison, that would be his new name. I like that. Well, hopefully they don't change his name, to be honest. I mean, I think that, as we said, there's WrestleVotes reporting that a couple of higher-ups, two very high people in WWE, don't know who they would be, don't know if it's Triple H, don't know. If it's Bruce Pritchard, don't know if one might be Vince. Genuinely don't know. Didn't get that information. But apparently two high-ups think that he should stay exactly as it is. Like, the impact of him literally being, like, plucked out of AEW and just dropped into WWE exactly as he is significant and should be what they do. So I must admit, I am expecting that. I'm expecting it to go that way. I know that WWE do some weird stuff at times, like calling Pete Dunne Butch. I get it. They do stuff that make you go, what? I get it. But But even taking that into account, I still expect them to present Cody very, very similar, if not identical, to how he was in AEW. I think Goldberg is the right person to beat Roman, says no one ever. Assi says, I'm sick and tired of the bloodline. Some people are. Some people are. I have seen that online, people saying that they want Brock to win and they want a new champ now and they're done with Roman. I still feel like if you was to ask people, like do a poll, I would imagine it would still be the minority still. But it doesn't matter. There are people out there that are done with the Roman character. Or maybe not done, but certainly done with where we are right now, you know? And want a bit of a change. For me, I feel like we can go further. I think the longer it goes, the more people will get tired of it, right? The longer it goes. But I think where we are now, it's still the minority. I don't feel like we're anywhere close to 50-50. So I think that you can still go further. I think you could even go to next year's WrestleMania. It'd be interesting to see if you could find a way of making it last that long. But I've said before, by the time you get into next year's WrestleMania, you're at around about 910 days. You are then super close to 1,000 days. No one has had 1,000-day reign with the WWE or Universal title since Hulk Hogan in 1984. Think about that Hulk Hogan reign as well. Think about Hulkamania. Think about Hogan from 84, which is just before WrestleMania. First WrestleMania is 85. So you've got Hogan beating the Iron Sheik, WrestleMania 1 with Mr. T, WrestleMania 2 against King Kong Bundy, WrestleMania 3 against Andre the Giant, and then he ends up losing it in after that with him being screwed out of the title on the main event that was watched by like 30-odd million. And then that sets up WrestleMania 4, which is the tournament for the belt. So that run of like 4 years is, I think it works out at like 1,400 days. Roman has got an opportunity here to get to 1,000 days. Can you do it? Can you do it in this day and age? Genuinely don't know. Genuinely don't know. I would go for it though. If I was booking, I would go for it. But that's another reason why you can't just have one champ, really. Because if you've got Roman holding up the one championship, then at least you can do interesting stuff where it changes hands on the other championship, you know? I don't think in this day and age people would accept 1,000 days with just one world champion at the top for that period of time. I think if you've got two, then at least the other belt, the WWE Championship, at least that can continue to change hands. Nakamura in control here. We're 16 minutes in. Grabs Jimmy Uso. He's got him on the edge of the ring. He's telling Jey Uso to move out the way. Knee strike. Knee strike by Nakamura. If WWE goes back to 2 titles after Mania, whether the double champion loses, the champ throws away the title, or they add a second title, I think Cody wins that other title, says Dame Films. Daniel said, will Cody be keeping American Nightmare title from AEW? Don't know, to be honest. I don't know who owns that. I would imagine Cody owns it, because isn't the factory like the Nightmare factory? So I feel like, you know, the training school is named after the Nightmare Factory. He's got like the tattoo, which is his logo. I don't think it says American Nightmare on it. I don't think it does. I think it might just be an image, but I feel like he's probably shrewd enough to have copyrighted it and own it. So I think he owns like Cody Rhodes. I think he owns American Nightmare. And I would imagine one of the steps for coming in would be that he gets to use those. I've got to imagine that, you know, look, Cody ain't going to sign anything that he ain't going to want to do. At this stage in his career, he could go to New Japan. He could work the Indies. He's made loads of money anyway. Like, he doesn't need to go to WWE and do... I mean, Brandy is about to do a TV show and apparently signing a deal there. So, you know, the Rhodes family are not struggling for money. So he does not need to sign with WWE and do Stardust. So I've got to think that he is coming in as American Nightmare and Cody Rhodes. I'd have to think that's something he would want as a guarantee. Because, you know, that he's done the being called something else. Right, we have gone to commercial break again as Jimmy was looking to go through the ropes and Nakamura kicks him in the head. And that is how we go to commercial break. For Roman to reach 1,000 days and for people to be okay with it, I feel like there does need to be an evolution with the character. That's a good point. Yeah, just doing the same thing, like, yeah, you're absolutely right. It might not be enough. I don't know what that evolution would look like. I wouldn't turn him, like, face. I wouldn't have that be the evolution. But, yeah, you could be right. I saw on Twitter that Cody will be one of the highest paid stars in WWE and was promised a world championship run. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are that did Dave Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp report it? If it's come from anywhere else, I would take it with a pinch of salt. I wouldn't really put much stock into it. I think like there's so much fake news out there that you just I mean, look, if that is true, then I think that would be possible. I think he'd probably want a world title run because he didn't get one under Stardust. He never had one before, so I think that he would want that as a bit of a guarantee. So yeah, I think he would want that. And being the highest paid, it probably would take something like that, but is he really going to be up there with like Brock money? I don't think they would spend Brock money on him. I don't think they would spend Brock money or Roman money on him. So one of is a bit sketchy in it. Because where does that actually place him in the list? You know, if he's in the top 20, does that make him one of the highest paid? You'd probably say yes. But if he's number 20, it might not be all that much. So I don't know. Unless there's some details that come with it. But he's going to get a good wage. No one's disputing that. Wrestling with Andy. Hello. If you didn't see, we did WrestleMania predictions, and we had Andy join us. Didn't get his thoughts on the main event. Didn't think it was necessary. But yeah, big thank you to Wrestle with Andy for doing that. And as you said, check out his channel if you haven't already. Wrestle with Andy said, looking at the champs that have held the title longer than Roman, do you think Bruno and Backlund are underrated historically? Yeah, definitely. But I think part of the problem is because they were around before WrestleMania. So I think that's part of the reason why they're underrated, because you can't easily go back and watch them. I think everyone, when they get into wrestling, if you first get into wrestling, I think you do go back and watch, you know, where wrestling has been. So it's really easy to just watch all the WrestleManias. Well, that takes you back to about 85. I don't know of many people that then go back further than that, you know? I genuinely don't know. I think if you're into wrestling, I can imagine you going, oh my God, I want to learn everything about this. And so an easy starting point would be to start at WrestleMania 1, then do 2, then do 3, then do 4, and just hit the big stories that year that tend to play out at WrestleMania. Then you could go into the SummerSlams. You know, you could do the big four, couldn't you? You could do start WrestleMania, work your way through. As soon as Survivor Series comes in, then you got that. As soon as Rumble comes in, you could do that. As soon as SummerSlam comes in, you could do that, and just do the big four every year. But when are you going back to Bruno? When are you going back? When are you gonna watch 60s and 70s? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can watch the score, the War to Settle the Score, which I don't even know if that's on the network. That was owned, I think, by MTV for a time. I don't know if the War to Settle the Score is on the network. or the Brawl to End It All. Those were two that I believe were both. I think they were both pre-WrestleMania 1, and they were on MTV. And that was probably one of them was. I think the Brawl to End It All was when Wendy Richter beat the Fabulous Moolah, and that was a big story at the time. So you've got those. You've got the Showdown at Shea shows as well. Wrestling Classic. Was it the Wrestling Classic that was, again, I don't know if that was the same year as WrestleMania, or just around, but again, these are all 80s. Showdown at Shea, I think, is 80. They did a few of those, and I don't know if they're all on there. But again, when are you going back to Bruno? When are you going back to, like, seeing Bob Backlund? Like, I think it's exposure. So, yeah, I mean, definitely underrated. It was a different time for the business, of course. People would go to the Garden and watch Bruno, like, once a month. And, they might see stuff on TV, but Bruno wasn't really wrestling on TV. He was doing other shows in the area, but they were house shows. So you didn't get, like, overexposed. You certainly weren't seeing Bruno every week. Not like the way Roman is. So it's different. It was a different business. But, yeah, I mean, I'll always say that Bruno's underrated. I'll always say Bob's underrated. Any of those guys that kind of came before pre-WrestleMania, they really fascinate me. Right, we're done. Nakamura's won. That match going like 20-odd minutes, 20-odd minutes for that first match. Nakamura beating Jimmy Uso. Wrestling Classic was 85. They did the big event in 86, says Michael. Interesting. I couldn't remember if Wrestling Classic was the year before or the same year as WrestleMania 1. Right, we've got a Raw recap right now. Raw recap. I remember when Backlund was put with Darren Young. My 11-year-old brain thought he was a rotten old man. Yeah, he was... I actually enjoyed that. I enjoyed that, where he was trying to work with Darren Young. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, that was probably the last time we saw Bob regularly on TV, was when they did that. I thought that backstage, I mean, he came across as really unhinged, as he normally does, because he is. And, like, some of his backstage promos were really interesting. Like, he was, like, manic, and I felt like that you could have done more. I felt like WWE didn't quite know what to do with him. They put him with Darren Young, but, like, Bob was such an interesting character. If you go back and watch those segments, like certainly the backstage ones where they're doing backstage interviews, he's stealing the show, man. He's so good in those moments. But it's not really the right way to use him. He overshadows Darren Young, to be honest, rather than like elevates him. But, yeah, I really like Bob. Bob in the early 90s as well, when he came back. That's when I first remember him. And I remember him being like an old man. I mean, ironically, he was only in his 40s. But he looked like an old man. He's always looked like an old man. And, like, even when he came back in the early 90s, you're like, who's this boomer? And, obviously, we weren't using boomer then, but I was. But he was, like, this... I think he was like the all-American good guy, and they thought that people would remember him, but wrestling had changed so much, even in a 10-year period. If you think about how different wrestling was in the early 80s to the early 90s, it's like a different industry. It's just completely different. I don't know. I mean, like, I suppose you could go early 90s, early 2000s, and how different that was, because we were in, like, Attitude Era then, and how different that was. I don't think there was as big of a change anywhere than there was between, like, the 80s to the 90s, early 90s, and then early 90s to the 2000s. I don't know that the product really changes as drastically again. Here's Brock, and he's backstage, and he's got his champagne, and he's eating his grapes, waiting. Oh, he doesn't like that. Jake Paul has confirmed he will fight in August and wants Tommy Fury. That's good. I'd be down for seeing that. Brock eating grapes. It's what I tune in for. I don't know about you guys, but I only tune in to watch Brock eating grapes. If I don't get that, then I'm disappointed. Straight up. Andrew said, the women's fatal four-way matches tonight. Who do you think will win? I said it doesn't really matter. It's a bit like that Nakamura Jimmy Uso match. Like, it's there. It's, something to watch, but it doesn't matter who wins. So, I mean, like, tonight, whoever wins, I would imagine, probably ain't going to win at WrestleMania. So, it'll be someone to throw you off. So, I'll go Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley wins tonight. I don't think Ripley and Liv are winning at WrestleMania. I think it might be Sasha and Naomi. Haven't really got any reason for it. I just think that Sasha's a big star. I don't know if they've got any plans for her after WrestleMania. If they don't, having her with the tag belts makes perfect sense. They might have plans, so they might not put the belts on her. But I'll go with Sasha and Naomi. I think Sasha hasn't got a win at WrestleMania. So could this be when she gets that win? Or are they going to continue her losing streak? Because isn't she something like 0-6 at WrestleMania, Sasha Banks? Sasha Banks, I don't believe, has ever won at WrestleMania. So that could be a story right there. Marketing, improved Star Wars merchandise, help everyone raise their game. WWE got more colourful and larger than life, says Dort Knight. TV and movies. I'm hyped for Mania. It's not far away. Andrew said, I kind of hope that she gets her first win. Yeah, it's crazy if you think back at like all the matches that she's been in. She was in like a triple threat. She wasn't victorious. Obviously, she didn't win against Bianca the other year as well. Like, wasn't she in like a tag match as well? And like, she's just always falling short. So it's an amazing record. It's something that you don't really ever think about, but I'd like to see her win. I think it'd be nice. It'd be great for her and Naomi, actually. And as you said, they could turn on each other eventually, and you could turn Naomi heel, and she could turn on Sasha, and you could do a really great feud. But I'd give him a tag title run first, so I'll go with Sasha Naomi. But I think like Rhea deserves a little summer, so maybe just have her win tonight. Have her win tonight, and then have Sasha Naomi win at WrestleMania. But again, I can't really give you any concrete reason why you would do it, other than Sasha's never won at WrestleMania. It'd be nice for her, and I think you could do a good feud with her and Naomi throughout 2022. So, and I think a lot of people would like Naomi to turn heel and join the bloodline, because as LSW said earlier, there needs to be a bit of an evolution with the bloodline, and one of those things could be to add Naomi to it, and that makes it a very interesting dynamic, because then you could have Roman advising Naomi and Naomi being a part of the bloodline, and obviously then there's maybe some stories that you could tell. Perhaps they think someone's flirting with Naomi or something, and they go after whoever's flirting with Naomi, and she could come be a part of like the stories. So I'm down for that. I think Sasha winning at Mania would be a bigger deal if it was for a singles title, says Kevin. Well, undeniably it would be a bigger deal. It depends how much you want to make out of this losing streak. Like, if you want this losing streak to be a big, big story. At the moment, it's not. So at the moment, it would just be nice if she could break it. But if you want to make it a big, big story that she's never won at WrestleMania and then have a win, as you say, one of the women's titles, then potentially you could save it a year, do it next year. It really depends how much you want to make out of this losing streak that she's got. What channel is the Hall of Fame on? I don't know, is it USA or Fox? I've heard it's on after Smackdown next week, but I genuinely don't know what channel it's been put on. I'd imagine it's either Fox or USA. Oh, hang on, here we go. Hall of Fame, Undertaker inducted next week. Peacock, so it looks like it's just going on to Peacock. So it doesn't look like Fox or USA have picked it up. Which is a bit of a surprise, because Undertaker going in, I would imagine, is something people would watch. So there you go. Peacock, they just answered the question. Shad is going to be given the Warrior Award 2 years after sacrificing his life to save his son. Heroic late WWE superstar Shad will receive the Warrior Award. He didn't only do that, did he? Wasn't he like... Didn't he stop an armed robber as well or something? Seem to remember there was something else he did that he could have already received a Warrior Award for. So, incredible, incredible person. Here's Drew. Drew with his sword. His sword's bigger than Kayla Braxton. Drew said, I can't compare this to my previous matches because this one is personal. Since I've returned, I've loved every second of making his life hell. Makes me happy. Shad is the definition of a hero, says LSW. James, hello. Someone had a sign last week on SmackDown that said AEW always enjoy WWE. Did they? I didn't see that. It's on 10. It's on the news at 10. Wow. He stopped an armed robbery. I remember hearing that a year or two before he passed said Jordan. That's crazy, isn't it? What a guy. SmackDown said Drew versus Roman. I would imagine that will be a feud after. I mean, Drew and Roman have been moved onto the same brand, and we haven't seen that feud. So I've got to think that is happening after WrestleMania. Drew the Bully is here. So, yeah, we are seeing a little recap. I mean, this feels very go-homey here. We've got a recap of this feud. So, we're seeing Corbin down on... This was great. I loved when Corbin was down and out and struggling. It was funny as well. Look at him with his shirt, like... And he's dishevelled, and... I miss this Corbin. This was funny, Corbin. Drew should get a shorter sword, like a pirate's knife. There's too many vignettes, says Vin. I wonder how long Undertaker's speech will be. I think he's going to come out, say rest in peace, and do one. That'll be it. And then Vince will be like, oh my God, we've still got an hour. Nah, it'll go on. They'll give him as much time as he wants. I mean, honestly, he's going to have loads of flipping time because there's only Sharmell, Vader, Undertaker. Is that it? And the Warrior Awards. I mean, there might be one more that gets added, but I mean, what, you ain't giving Sharmell much time, are you? You ain't giving Sharmell much time at all. You can have 10 minutes, and even that's about 12 minutes too long. Shad obviously deserves a bit of time, and Vader deserves time. But even if I think the show runs for about an hour and a half. So even if like 50 minutes is taken up by the others, you still got 40 minutes for the Undertaker. I can see him getting about half an hour. I reckon he'll get about half an hour. I loved when he was struggling, said let him in. Darcy, hello. My fear about Roman holding about for 4 years would be when he loses it, he'll take a long break, like many stars seem to have done before. I think holding it 4 years would be a bit much. I would be aiming for 1,000 days. So that's just over 3. splitting hairs. I suppose it's not too much different to 4. But, yeah, I mean, he might take a break. He might take some time off. In all fairness, though, by that point, you're going to have Gable Steveson around. You're going to have Bron Breakker called up. You're going to have a few other people that you can really invest in. And he will have taken up so much of the spotlight that I think going away for a little bit might not be the worst. You don't want him going away for years. But, I mean, like, give him, 6 months. Something like that. 6 months off. I think that's fine. Loses it at WrestleMania. Comes back. End of the year. Maybe misses. Maybe comes back in time for Survivor Series or something. I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. I think it gives the others a chance to get themselves over, and Roman not dominating the show. It'd be all right. It'd be all right. It depends how well they build up that new talent. Wow, that is true. That is true, Darcy. Something that WWE have a sketchy record of doing. Right, here is Sheamus. Connor said, I hope he loses at Mania. Retro D-Man said, what's the point in Roman losing the championship when we know that he'll get it back in 12 months? Here's Butch. And Ridge. Look at Butch. Slapping Ridge on the back. Kofi Kingston versus Ridge Holland. I'll do. Right, 40 minutes into the show so far. We've had Nakamura against Jimmy Uso. Now we've got Kofi Kingston against Ridge Holland. Send Butch. Could have Naomi bully Sonya if she joins the bloodline, since Roman has power on SmackDown, said Liv and Zelina Stan. Channel Name said, he is still Pete Dunne to me. Shola said, Butch is so over. Shahil said, do you think Cody will show up on the Kevin Owens show when Seth interrupts? Don't know, to be honest. I feel like that's a bit messy. I feel like, Kevin Owens' show is really Kevin and Stone Cold. So, having Seth and Cody involved as well, I kind of think it feels like it's getting in each other's way. I'd probably do it as, Seth on Monday said he's going to be at WrestleMania and issue an open challenge. Do that. And then at WrestleMania, he issues that open challenge. Cody answers it. Crowd go crazy. Lovely stuff. And then that means that Kevin Owens can just focus on, Stone Cold, and Stone Cold can have his moment. I think, do you know what I mean? Having people pop in at Cody's return and then moments later refocusing on the fact that Stone Cold's coming down. Like, there's a lot going on there. So I would personally keep them separate. Scott Hall, Razor Ramon t-shirt on WWE Shop, says Brandon. I've seen it. Is it the black on white where it says bad times don't last, bad guys do? And it's got it. I mean, it's cool. Looks nice. Seth will have his own segment, says Sam. Logan was asking him and Jake being a team in WWE. He said he thought it was a great idea and he will speak to Vince about it. What are your thoughts? I can't see why Vince would turn that down, to be honest. So that could absolutely... I mean, like, Logan could, if he wants to explore stuff like that, stick around to do a few things like that. I don't believe that Logan is sticking around long term. I think that he's just saying it to wind people up. I think that he is got his finger in a lot of pies. I think that he does his podcast show. I think that he's promoting that new Prime drink that he's got out at the moment. I think he's got a lot of, he was in talks not long ago about doing a fight with Mike Tyson. So I kind of feel like Logan has got a manager and a team that are going out finding opportunities for him. I think if he kind of ties himself down to WWE, that would limit those opportunities, and I just don't see him doing that. So I could see him having a couple of matches, though. I think that, you know, if ever he wants to go back to WWE, I think they would have him, and I think he would do it. And, yeah, him and Jake as a tag team, I can't see why WWE wouldn't go for that, to be honest. I mean, look at the numbers Jake Paul gets. Like, massive pay-per-view numbers. WWE would want to tap into that. The Paul brothers as a tag team is so easy to market. It's, yeah. You take that to Vince. Vince would be an idiot to turn it down. He wouldn't. I'm sure he wouldn't. What do you think of Cesaro filing a trademark for the name CSRO? CSRO. If that's what he wants to do. I mean, he can maybe put it on shirts and market it, and, you know, it's wise to have that protected if that's something he wants to run with. The whole Cody situation needs to be handled in a very professional way. They also need to let him be a main event player. Dana said, who won the match? This match hasn't started yet. We've been at commercial break. Honestly, we've had so many recaps on this show and vignettes and reminders. We've only had the one match, which went for a while, and we're about to start our second now. Ridge in the ring with Sheamus and Butch. And here is Kofi. Kofi making his way down. So Kofi only now just getting his entrance. On his own. Kofi on his own. Kofi ending Roman's reign wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't mind Kofi doing it. When we said you were going to have a match against the New Day, we weren't talking about me. Is it Xavier? Is Xavier back? Yeah, King Woods. Xavier Woods is back, so Woods is here. So, Xavier's back. King Woods. Woods is back. I'm shocked you're not appalled at the thought of the Logan brothers being a tag team. What would Roddy Piper think? Well, I think Roddy Piper wouldn't be too down on it because Jake is a boxer. In fact, he's a professional boxer, and that's what he's listed as. You can make the argument he's not had professional, like, gone up against any other boxers, but in all fairness, he's stepped in there with Tyron Woodley, and he's stepped in there with Ben Askren. Ben Askren, you know, Olympic-level wrestler. Tyron Woodley, a former UFC champion. Like, he stepped in there and beaten them both knockouts at boxing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think if you've got that kind of fighting background, you're not really a celebrity to me. A celebrity is like Johnny Knoxville, Snooki, Bad Bunny. You know, these are people that don't have, like, professional fighting backgrounds. The Logan Paul brothers do. They do. You can make of it what you will. You can argue it all you want, but Logan Paul went 12 rounds with Floyd Mayweather. I mean, like, that to me says that he's got skills. You know, he went in there and he went 12 rounds. He prepared for a fight with Floyd Mayweather and he went 12 rounds with him. He's obviously had other fights as well, but they're lower level YouTube ones. But look at Jake Paul. Jake Paul, man, he's been in there with Tyron Woodley. He's been in there with Ben Askren. I still don't think that, for me, he's shown that he's, you know, I'm waiting for him to face a boxer. But he's shown enough for me to take him serious as a boxer. I'm not one of these people that are like, Jake Paul, just a YouTuber kind of. No, man, he stepped in there with some proper killers. Tyron Woodley, a former UFC champ, so. Woods has won a squash, which kind of suggests to me that maybe he is cleared, but not that cleared. Here's Paul Heyman. Here's Roman. You're dying to acknowledge your tribal chief. We've handed some business. Went to a steakhouse. $5,000 worth of sides he had. How do you have $5,000 worth of sides? What chips is he having? What's his gravy made out of? Flipping unicorns. I'm going to warn you, Brock. Get out of my locker room. Get out of my locker room or I'll crack your head open. Well, there we go. Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey making her way down. I give a damn my reputation. Rowdy Ronda Rousey. Right. Ronda making her way down. I agree, he could do well in boxing, but hasn't fought anyone yet. Woodley was a big UFC star. His brother was beaten by KSI, and Mayweather let that fight go on that long. But you've got to learn boxing skills to go on. Whether Mayweather carried it or not, I mean, it's obviously debatable. But it's probably likely that Mayweather didn't give his all to put Logan Paul away. But the point still remains that he has gone through a training camp and got himself into a physical shape and condition where he's learnt boxing, he's learnt how to go in there and not embarrass himself. He didn't embarrass himself in that fight. I'm not here to shower praise on the Paul brothers. I just think that it's more palatable for me to watch them compete, because to me, wrestling is meant to be two people realistically trying to convince us they're having a real contest to beat the other person. That's at its core what wrestling and sports entertainment is. It's two people realistically trying to win a contest. And I think that's where I struggle is, Bad Bunny stepping in there against a trained wrestler, someone that should know how to break you in half. Should know how to break the average person in half. That if the average person gets in there, which is Bad Bunny, because when it comes to fighting, he's not a fighter. He's an average person. He should be destroyed. And they never are they? And that is always what it comes down to being my problem with celebrities in matches. But with the Paul brothers, I genuinely believe they've got skills to hang in there and hold their own. I'm not saying they should win. I'm not saying they should dominate. I'm not saying they should be tag champs. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that it's more palatable for them to step into a ring after the experiences they've had than it would be if they did it 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it might be, before they did this boxing stuff. When Logan Paul's flipping running around suicide forests, and Jake Paul's just doing pranks or whatever, that would be hard to take. But I think where they are now, it's a lot more palatable, and I can accept it a lot more. It always comes back to that. My problem with celebrity matches always comes back to the fact that wrestlers to me are meant to be on a pedestal. This is meant to be the best of the best, the creme de la creme. These people are meant to, if you jump over a barrier, you're meant to not even want to, because they will destroy you. They will destroy you. You will get stretched. You will be tapped out before you even know you've been put in a hold. Do you know what I mean? Sharpshooters, figure fours, sleeper holds, anaconda vices, just black widows, just all these horrible stretches and the pain they can cause. The average person shouldn't last flipping 5 seconds in a ring with a trained wrestler. And that's always my issue when a celebrity gets in. I just see him. Bad Bunny to me is no different to anyone on the street. He's just a dude. He's a dude that can sing, and he's got a great career, but he's just a dude. He's just a guy. He should be destroyed. So when they don't do that, I find it quite disrespectful to wrestling, to be honest. So that's always my problem. But yeah, with the Paul brothers, I feel a bit different. I think they've got enough about them where I reckon they could get in there and actually hang for a little bit. They could hold their own for a bit. We're just seeing, right, we are back. Ronda Rousey in the ring, and we're just seeing last week her with Charlotte and, well, this was 2 weeks ago, wasn't it, when they were fighting on top of that car. So, Charlotte saying that was just a taste of what I'm going to do to you at WrestleMania. So we've just got another, to be honest, I think we're already in full-on go-home show mode here. It's a lot of recaps, video packages. I'm guessing some of these video packages might be the video packages you see at WrestleMania. I think we're kind of getting a glimpse of them now. It's not going to be much need to change these up for the actual show itself. Did you know that Ronda has got the best win percentage in WWE? And I know it's true because you said it on a web episode. I honestly can't remember. If I said it, then I saw it. I do remember looking actually at a percentage thing that showed people's win percentages, and I think, yeah, I can believe that was what was said. Didn't we go down like the top 10 or something? I think we played a game where we tried to guess the top 10 of the best win percentages. So yeah, I believe it. I can't remember it, but I believe it. What would your AEW versus WWE main event be? If we were to ever get it, I would probably take Kenny Omega, and I would probably take Seth, maybe Roman. Be hard to not have Roman, but I think Roman against Kenny, I feel like Roman would win. So it might have to be Seth to make it a bit more competitive. I think Seth Kenny is more competitive. Leave your heels and excuses backstage. So she calls out Charlotte. There's Charlotte backstage, and it's an interesting background. White background, couple of lights. Looks like she's on a photo shoot. Did you think I would step foot in that low-rent city? I don't answer when you call. You're the contender, I'm the champion. I'm Ronda Rousey. That's good. That's a good start. She does know who she is. Guys, that's confirmed. She knows who she is. She said she liked it when she broke her arm. She was keeping count until she lost count. Is Ronda admitting that she struggles with counting? I don't know what that was. I was keeping count until the numbers got too high, and I don't know what comes after 20. If you beat me, it'll be the biggest victory of your career. But when I beat you, she throws the microphone down. So Ronda said, if you beat me, it'll be the biggest victory of your career. When I beat you, it'll just be another victory. Don't you have a bad reputation? That's pretty cool, man. If you was in the front row, if I was in the front row and got to touch hands with like Ronda Rousey, I'd be like, ah. I mean, honestly, you can't. Promos are awful. Yeah, sorry, Ronda, they are. I totally believe that conversations being had backstage about like how we need to help her, but man, you can't underestimate. For those that don't watch UFC, she changed UFC. She changed UFC. Dana White said there would never be women fighting in UFC, and then he saw Ronda Rousey and made a champ. Kayla Braxton's come in to have a word with Brock. Why would I leave right now? No. You should go find Roman and tell him to get here ASAP. Because I'm running out of things to smash. He's broken the lamp now. There's loads of things to smash. He hasn't smashed the sofa. There was a plant in the corner. He hasn't smashed that either. He's got loads of stuff to smash. Here is Ricochet. I want Charlotte to retain. Ronda doesn't do it for me, said Jilly. I don't like people just waltzing in and getting big matches out of the blue. She did win the Royal Rumble, though. Ricochet. Brock's flirt. Is that Brock flirting? Was that flirty Brock? Ricochet in the ring. You missed what Ronda said at the start. She called it SmackDown title after calling it SmackDown Women's title. She said, why do we need to say women anyway? Is that what she's going to change it to? Do you reckon when she wins, she's just going to call it the SmackDown title? That makes sense, doesn't it, in all fairness? Because one's a flipping universal. The only reason why you would need to put women's in there is because of the fact that it doesn't get confused with anything else. But if you have the Raw title be the women's title, the SmackDown title be the women's title, you got WWE and you got Universal, it is true, you don't need women's in there. Los Lotharios Kiss Cat. I don't know who's facing. What was your reaction to Triple H retirement? Not too surprised. Probably one of disappointment that it had been confirmed and that we weren't going to get one final match. That girl there, look, she's desperate. She's desperate. Look at her. There we go. Bye. Woo. Well, there we go. Great. Great. I remember when they dropped women from the NXT Championship. That lasted about a week or so. That is true. Yeah. I forgot they did that, Jim. Good shout. They'd just be copying AEW. AEW made a point of calling it the TBS Championship, not the TBS Women's Championship. I don't know if they'd be copying, to be honest. I I don't know if they're necessarily copying that. As Jim said, they have already done it down in NXT in the past, but it didn't quite work. If they do change it, it's not the biggest change in the world, is it? If they do it, I'm not bothered. If they don't do it, I'm not bothered. It doesn't really change anything. But the only thing I would say is you can't do it. If it was WWE Champion and WWE Women's Champion, you couldn't do it then. Because, like, it'd get confusing. Talking about the WWE Champion. Well, what? Which one? What one? So, but you can do it at the moment because we've got 4 belts and they're all called something different. One's WWE, one's Universal, one's Raw, one's SmackDown. Works fine. I have friends in UFC, says Tori. I used to watch that and WWE. It's great. I mean, honestly, the UFC show last Saturday is one of the best shows of anything that I've seen in years. That show last weekend. The only disappointment is I don't see how we're going to get close to that for a while. It was so good. It was so good. The only way is down. So, yeah, last week's UFC show was sweet. It was too sweet. I'm not liking Charlotte Ronda rivalry, said WWE Spiteful. It's terrible. When will Ronda get payback for Survivor Series 2018? Survivor Series 2018, which one was that? I only remember her facing Charlotte. Was that the one against Charlotte? Because if that was the one against Charlotte, then this is her payback now. Would be this match. You know, she said at the start when she won the Rumble, she was like, I've got issues with both women. You know, Charlotte for what she did at me Survivor Series and Becky for what she did, beating me at WrestleMania. So, but the plan is that we do the Charlotte one now and we do the Becky one next year. Apparently. Alex, shout out to you. Hope you are well, buds. Halftime scores, yes. Do it. Get in your halftime scores. I can see people firing them in anyway. Zachary with a 4, LSW with a 5.5, Roten with a 5, Sonny with a 5, Tyler with a 1.5. Harley said, so far, it's been the most skippable show I've ever seen. UFC on Saturday is not closed doors. No, it's not. Isn't it like UFC Columbus or something? Colorado. Same in it. I did see that. It's not Vegas. It's not Apex. So, should be an atmosphere. Might struggle to match O2, but the card looks okay, actually. Card looks okay. Did my research for it yesterday. That's what I always do on a Thursday. I always have to do my research for the UFC. 6.56. British Soundball Prank said 4.5. Cadge with a 2. Ledge Killer with a 6. Zachary said tomorrow there's UFC. And we're doing it. We be doing it. Eric, shout out to you. John said 425. Boring Smackdown. Are you streaming UFC? Yes, of course. Damian Robertson, shout out to you. Hayden with a 6. 1987 big fan with a 6. Brock is the only good thing about this show. Austin with a 6. Dalwin with a 6.5. Days Ronda has some sort of disability. That's why she can't cut a promo. What disability? Promo-itis. I mean, look, if she can't cut a promo, don't have her cut promos. Put a manager with her. Have someone that can do, like, the talking for her. What do you think is the biggest match Tony could book with his current roster? For me, Punk Omega for the belt. Punk Bryan is one, but he's never faced Kenny Edge, is it? Yeah. I would agree with that. I think CM Punk has got to be CM Punk, Kenny Omega. Yeah. I don't think there's. I mean, your biggest woman you've got is Britt Baker. She's not CM Punk or Kenny level for me. Kenny, maybe as the fanfare for him might have settled since he came into AEW, but this break will do him well. And when he comes back, if he has some killer matches, I mean, hopefully he's getting fixed what he needs to get fixed, taking the time off he needs to take off. He can come back and say, for a few years he was never quite himself because he was carrying injuries, but he's now back. And you could build to him and CM Punk. And it'd be massive. Yeah, I can't argue with it. Are there any good UFC fights? It's hard to compete with last week. Yeah, there are. I mean, the card doesn't look too bad. What I would say is there's maybe not a Paddy Pimblett or a Molly McCann. There's maybe not that kind of energy that's on the show. But main event is quite interesting. Blades against Dorcas, because both of them were looking good in the heavyweight division. And then they both lost to Derek Lewis. Oh, and there's the pin. Thanks to a distraction, it's a victory for Humberto Carrillo. So the Intercontinental Champion has just been pinned and beaten. So, the main event's not too bad because a win's going to put someone back into a conversation at the top of the heavyweight division. A loss is going to really move someone away, out the conversation. So, kind of significant. I like matches that mean something. Ricochet saying we're not going to do that tonight. Yeah. I'm going to break up this family reunion. Humberto Carrillo. Bring your tail down here. Get in this ring. You take this L like your cousin was about to get. So now Ricochet has challenged Humberto Carrillo. I love how Ricochet's just got the ability to make matches. I love how, that's it. It doesn't matter about the rest of the show. I just lost and I'm not happy about it, so now I want to face the other one. Yep, fine. I mean, I didn't see anyone confirm, that's fine, but the bells sounded. The flipping lunatics are running the asylum here. If I'm Adam Pearce backstage, I'm going, has he just made a match? Did anyone ask me? Sonya, did he ask you before he made... No. So now we've got superstars just making matches, have we? Brilliant. I mean, I'm not bothered. I'm just saying, if I was Adam Pearce, I'd be a bit miffed. I'd be a little bit miffed. Respect my authority. Let's go. We need these people. Let's get away from this. We can live happily, just the two of us, says Moldy. Finally, Moldy. I've been waiting for you to say this. All we need is a bathtub and some Tenzing. I've got both. I tell you what. 2 lovers, a bathtub, and a vat of Tenzing. You haven't experienced true love unless you've experienced that. Darwin said, it's official. That's it. It's because Ricochet has said it's official. Fun fact, Ricochet books all the matches. Backstage, Ricochet is the one that's pulling the strings. It's going to be a big swerve that gets revealed in the future. Shola said, did you see the argument on TalkSport between the boxing promoter and the lawyer? I did, actually. Do you know, it was really funny, but I'm actually home alone. I'm like Macaulay Culkin at the moment. So my family have actually gone on holiday, left me here. Because someone's got to look after the dog. Because we did put the dog in kennels once. And never again. Never again. Like, when I wasn't here. I was in Southampton when this was happening. But they put her in a kennel. And when they came back to collect her, they were like, oh, so excited to see her. And when she came out, she just came out with her head down. Like, just really dejected that our dog was. And she was just really like... And she went over, she looked at him, and she got in the car. She was just, like, not herself for a few days. It's like she'd been to Vietnam. It's like, you weren't there, man. You weren't there, man. And after a few days, she was back to being herself. But after that, they were like, never again. We're never doing that again. Some dogs are fine going into kennels and whatever. So, you know, if you've put your dog in the kennel and they've been fine, brilliant. Our dog was not. She was like proper down. So they will not do it now. So I'm here with her. And I ended up taking her out for a walk earlier. And so I just happened to put TalkSport on at that exact moment when it was Tyson Fury's promoter, Frank Warren, arguing with the lawyer that has made the fight for Dillian White. And they were arguing about why he wasn't at the press conference and all this. And it got fiery, man. It was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. It was good. Did you watch Ariel Helwani, MJF? And Saka has Liverpool. Shaka has Liverpool as number 1 in the power rankings, says Fortnite. I didn't watch the Ariel Helwani MJF interview, no. I mean, I've heard people saying about him going to WWE. My feelings are that I don't think his contract's up till 2024. So talking about it right now only achieves one thing, and that is to wind up AEW fans. Because we're still like 2 years away from his contract expiring. If his contract was up in a month, then I could believe that maybe he's trying to let WWE know I'm interested or, you know, whatever. But right now, he's still got so long on his AEW contract that talking about WWE, for me, is only designed to wind up AEW fans. And maybe get people talking. So I kind of feel that it's all being used as a kind of trolling technique at the moment. We'll have to see where we are when we get closer to his contract expiring, but I don't read anything into it. I just think he's trolling. I just think he's literally doing it to wind up AEW fans, get people talking, and just he's playing people like a cheap violin at the moment. Fair play. Fair play to him. Why not? You've got a platform. Use it. Say something. Get people talking about you. And that's what he's done. But he can't even move till about 2024. I'm sure it's 2024. I'm sure he's under contract till then. So, and right then, if he's a massive star, Tony Khan will give him a massive contract. I've no doubt about it. I don't think Tony Khan's going to want to lose MJF. So, yeah, I didn't watch it. But I saw lots of talk coming out of it about him wanting to go to WWE. If I was MJF, I would go. WWE is still the king, says Shola. They should do a sketch where Vince calls, but Ricochet and Austin into his office and tells them he likes Ricochet better because he shows more initiative. Ricochet planting to Carrillo kick out. Ronda has got a CAS. It's a neurological disability that affects speech. They should have someone do a promos then. The interview was interesting. It was playing heel, but also saying Tony Khan will have to pay as much as WWE and being transparent. Well, I mean, yeah, that is going to be true, isn't it? Big crossbody by Ricochet. Dream match at Mania. Amos versus Big Cass. Ricochet into it. DDT, and he plants Garza. I think there's Humberto gone under the ring. Did he plant Garza or Humberto? Oh, he's grabbed him by the leg. Ricochet was prevented from getting into the ring. It was grabbed by Garza that was under the ring. So there we go. Garza and Humberto Carrillo are victorious. Ricochet was explaining to the ref, he grabbed my leg, and Jessica Carr was like, whatever. All athletes, famous people, YouTubers known as celebrities. Celebrities and fun fact celebrities. How don't you call Jake Logan celebrities? Well, I don't class them as being celebrities in the same manner as a Bad Bunny or something like that, because you can equally call Jake Paul and Logan Paul, you can call them fighters. So you can call fighters like celebrities. There's a celebrity element to them, but they're fighters as well. I suppose really it's more a difference between entertainers and fighters. If you want to get down to the nitty gritty of it, then, you know, Bad Bunny to me is an entertainer. You could class Logan Paul as a fighter. You could class Jake Paul as a fighter. You can't class Bad Bunny as a fighter. So that would be a point of difference for me. That's why, as I said earlier, it's a bit more palatable for me to accept Logan and Jake in a wrestling match because they have a fighting background than it would be a Bad Bunny or a Snooki or, you know, a Johnny Knoxville. And talking to Johnny Knoxville, we've got Sammy on screen right now. Tyler said, "Are you kidding me? The Intercontinental Champion losing twice in one night to a pair of tag team wrestlers. That is terrible." Maria, hello, said, "Are you going to see UFC tomorrow? What time are you going to see UFC tomorrow?" I'm watching UFC tomorrow. I'm going to watch it when it's on. So I don't know what time it actually starts. In my head, it's about 11 o'clock UK time. Sammy said he's going to do something that's never been seen in a WWE ring before. It's not enough to bury Ricochet once, so they've buried him twice in one night. Well, they're clearly building towards feud, aren't they? They're clearly building towards him, and maybe he'll get a tag partner, or maybe there'll be a triple threat, or maybe this is the build towards like a ladder match or something along those lines. I'm always getting mad at James. Putting the belt on Ricochet was like putting lipstick on a pig, says John. Well, I mean, like, yeah, okay, these two matches and the losses definitely suck tonight, but it might lead somewhere. We might get somewhere. Right, we've got the Fatal 4-Way match now. So this is going to be Sasha versus Zelina versus Shayna versus Sasha versus Zelina versus Shayna versus Rhea. I was trying to remember who was in the match. Is Sammy going to do something entertaining? Apparently he's doing something we've never seen before. Imagine your folks have gone to WrestleMania and they turn up next weekend with "I Love Wrestling Days" signs. I would be all right with that, in all fairness. Them going to WrestleMania without me actually wouldn't bother me. You would think it would, but it genuinely wouldn't bother. I wouldn't be bothered. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be bothered. I would be upset, though, if this year had got a big Access and I missed Access. I would be way more excited about going to Access than actually going to WrestleMania. Which sounds crazy, but I can watch WrestleMania. I can't do the Access stuff from home. You can have a look around it, but it's not the same as stepping into an actual ring. It's not the same as actually seeing like the Hall of Fame exhibition for yourself. It's not the same as like being able to queue up and meet some superstars. Like you can't do that from home, but you can watch WrestleMania from home. So like WrestleMania, amazing. If you get a chance to go, brilliant. But access is the thing that would bother me more. This year, access is a little bit muted. It's a bit smaller in scale. So this year I wouldn't be that bothered. But next year I would be bothered. So this was supposed to happen at Mania. Did they change it? What was meant to happen at Mania? Brock says, Roman is taking way too long. I'm going to trash this locker room. People bullying James Chadwick. Love to see it. An interesting match. Hopefully this goes long. And then Roman Brock close the show. There's no need for anything else. We've only got 37 minutes to go. How does the access stuff work? So the thing with access is it tends to be at the same place where they do the Superstore. So if let's say WrestleMania goes to Barclays, right? So they do WrestleMania at Barclays Center. The local conference center close to Barclays, they will have the WWE store, and it'll be a massive shop that's got like not everything they sell, but a lot of the stuff they sell online that you can buy in person. They have like a belts area that's got all the replica belts. They've got all the shirts. They've got like figures and pop vinyls and just loads of stuff, yeah? So, massive shop. But then the rest of that space is used up with rings that you can get into. There's an area where you can actually jump off a top rope and land into a foam pit. They've got loads of things that you can have pictures taken with. So old entrance ways. In the past, they've had the SmackDown fist that you could pose in front of. Loads of like talk show segments that have been set up that you could go in and have your picture taken in front of. This year, for example, you can see Alexa's Playground. You can see the Kevin Owens show. You can see... they're not actually there doing them, but you can see the sets. So they've got like Undertaker's graveyard set that's going to be set up. So Mattel tend to be there, and they have a special exhibition stand. There tends to be a Hall of Fame display, which has got actual artifacts from people going in the Hall of Fame that year. So this year it would have been like all Undertaker themed and Vader themed. So they would have actual costumes. They would have big, like, I would imagine they'd have Vader's helmet actually on display. Like, I just find all that super interesting. And in the past, they've had NXT there as well, so you can actually watch some actual wrestling whilst you're there, but like NXT superstars, which again, if you watch NXT, that's crazy. So all and on top of all of that, you can actually meet superstars. Like there's all the superstars are there to meet. Yeah, at certain times, and you never quite know who's there when. So you join a queue, and when you get there, you know you're never quite sure who it's going to be. But yeah, I mean it's big. It's all in this convention center. You have to buy tickets to go to it, and then you have to buy tickets to meet the individual superstars. But if you buy, say, a ticket to go to Access, it's $20 or something, and you get access to all of that stuff we spoke about, apart from the superstars, where then you have to pay extra to get into the queue to meet them. So that's how it works, and it's you know, it's amazing. It's brilliant. That's the one thing I'd love to go to. People tend to do that when they go to WrestleMania. It's part of like WrestleMania weekend. They're talking about Triple H retiring. Do you think they'll make a physical Hall of Fame, said Wrestle with Andy? They wanted to, didn't they? They wanted to do it at Universal Studios at City Walk. So I believe, if you've ever been to Universal Studios in Florida, I heard that you've got Universal Studios and you've got Islands of Adventure, and there's this bit that connects them that's got like restaurants and clubs and a few shops and loads of things like that, a cinema. And it's kind of like this place that's where you go for the nightlife. So if you stay at like the Universal Hotel, in Florida. You can go to the park in the day and then go to City Walk at night. It's good. I mean, they've got like a Bob Marley restaurant there and a few nightclubs, and it's good. But apparently that is where they were looking to open a physical Hall of Fame. But they fell through. It didn't come off for whatever reason. Which is a real shame, because that would be incredible. Hard to maintain, though. I mean, are people going to visit it all year round? Are you going to get enough people going to it to visit it all year round? I feel like you would. A physical building place that has superstar signings, that you can, go and look at, like, Hall of Fame stuff, a place to, like, showcase. They did say that they are looking to put on permanent display stuff somewhere. That's the whole point of doing that Most Wanted Treasures show, is they were trying to find stuff and get it back because they do want to do a display. So I think, yes, one day there will be. And you would think Florida. But where it's going to be exactly, still don't know. When it's going to open, still don't know. Don't know that it's high on the priority list, but yeah, one day. And I'd love to go to that. I mean, that will be a place that I desperately want to go to. Dead meat. People are deluded thinking that's real Roman and Brock. Of course it's the real. Look, we all know Brock sat in a locker room with nothing to do. So why can't he join us? God, no wonder you get bullied, James. With that kind of attitude. Strike by Sasha. I would have thought this would have been our main event, I suppose it could be. We got Rhea Ripley in there with Sasha, and in comes Shayna. We've got the other tag team partners on the outside of the ring watching on. Marty said, Liv looks smoking. I would love to go. The nostalgia would be cool, said John. It would be cool, wouldn't it? It would be cool. Imagine all the stuff they could show. Oh. I've been to City Walk a few times, and cause I've been fortunate enough to go to Florida quite a few times, and they had an NBA restaurant there that I believe that is where they were going to put it. That NBA restaurant closed, and it's become like a chocolate wonderland now instead. Some kind of chocolate place that just does loads of different chocolate things. But apparently they were looking at that building, but I think the rent was like too high and they couldn't come to an agreement. So yeah, I don't know where they're going now. I don't know what the plan is, but yeah, I think that to me would be a bit of a no-brainer. I mean, you'd obviously charge to get in, and then like you could go around and have a look at all the different stuff. Just think of the pictures that you could get. Like, all wrestling fans would love to go to that and actually see actual ring gear. Like, you could have trash vehicles in there as well, because this is going to be a big space. Like, you could have imagine going and seeing like a ring setup that was used at like WrestleMania 1 or something. They've got the actual WrestleMania 3 ring, Hogan and Andre, and you could have the actual ring like there, and you could look at the actual ring, and then you could have like trashed vehicles or vehicles that were used in the show. The SmackDown fist could be there as well. Like, it doesn't have to just be ring gear. Obviously, that would be a big part of it. But just some of the kind of other bits connected as well. Promotional posters all up on the wall. My God, you'd spend hours and hours and hours in. I would. Hours and hours and hours. You could go on a little journey going back to like the 60s, kind of go through each decade. Oh, can we not get this open now? This is like my dream. I would love this. I would love that. That would be so flipping good. Did you see that WWE opened their own online restaurant? What's an online restaurant? I know they opened a restaurant in New York, which I never went to. Mainly because I never went to New York. But it was called WWF World. And that was right in Times Square. And that would have been cool to go to. But it was a restaurant. And I think they did have memorabilia on the walls, and they did have like sign-ins and all that kind of stuff, but it was more a restaurant. I don't know really how much of that kind of merch was there to get pictures of. I'm sure there was stuff. I've never actually seen, and that'd be a good thing to look at, a tour inside WWF World, what it actually looked like inside. I've never seen. I've seen clips from inside because they used to throw over to it during shows. Like, they would show, like, people watching WrestleMania or whatever inside the restaurant, and they'd go over to it live. So I've seen, like, you know, from a distance, but never actually done a proper big tour in there. It's gone now anyway. It's gone. I don't know what it is now. Bubba Gump Shrimp or something probably, but yeah, it's no longer there. And when I went to New York, it had gone. So I never got a chance to go to that one. I did go to Niagara Falls, though. I went to Niagara Falls to see Niagara Falls. And I remember checking into the hotel, and I was with some friends, and they were like, look at this. And we went over to the window, and you saw banners for WWE. And we were like, what's that? Are they in town or something? And we were like, we had a few hours, and so we went exploring, and we walked up the road, and it was a shop. An actual dedicated WWE shop owned by WWE. I think it was one of the only shops in the world they had, and for some reason it was at Niagara Falls, and I didn't even know it was there. And I went inside, and so I managed to go. It's not there now. It's gone. It's closed. But I managed to go inside the Niagara Falls WWE shop, and somewhere I have footage from inside the shop. Somewhere. Which I need to find desperately, because there is footage online of that. But actually not loads. Not loads of footage from inside that shop. I have some that no one's ever seen. That I've never seen. I need to find it. I remember it being 2 floors. I remember the top floor wasn't all that big. Bottom floor, it was an all right size. I mean, it was not big at all. You know, it's smaller than a Walgreens. Much smaller. Half a Walgreens. Probably even a quarter of a Walgreens. Like, small. It was not a big space, but it was full of just WWE. And when you went in, the counter was like a 360 counter, so it was in the middle, glass cabinets all the way round, and I distinctly remember a $1 million championship being inside the glass cabinet, and just like looking at this, and there was a few other bits around. Lots of t-shirts, quite dark in there. But this was like Ruthless Aggression era that I went. So it's still a bit edgy and a bit dark and a bit, you know, it wasn't very bright and colourful like it probably would be now. It was dark and gritty. We'd just come out of Attitude, gone into Ruthless Aggression, so. Right, we are back to the action anyway. We've just been at commercial break. We've got Shayna Baszler with a headlock on Rhea Ripley. Backstabber by Sasha on Shayna. They opened a new one that's called Smackadillas. You can only order online for a limited time. I have not heard about this. Smackadillas. And this is an online restaurant. An actual online WWE restaurant. Smackadillas. Let's have a look. WWE online restaurant. So what, you just like WWE? I haven't seen this. I don't even know if it's going to load it. WWE and Next Bite unveiled delivery-only restaurant as WrestleMania 38 looms. Sports Entertainment, WWE and virtual restaurant specialist Nextbite have partnered to launch a WWE-themed delivery-only restaurant in Dallas. WWE, blah, 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 wherever you order WWE Smackadillas from the comfort of your own home. So, bank statement by Sasha. That might mean that they ain't going to be winning WrestleMania. You can order online. Smackadillas. Okay, I've got the website here. Let's have a look at it. Eat like a champion for a limited time. For a limited time only, get the taste of a WWE experience. This is it. WWE Smackadillas. There I am in the UK. Where's my local one? Spicy superstar. So you can have the spicy superstar. Looks quite nice, doesn't it? God, it's making me hungry, that is. What are the other ones? Roman's just arriving. Roman's pulling up. Cheesy chicken champion. I'd probably go for that one. That looks nice. Cheesy chicken champion. The onion rumble. I don't want the onion rumble. That's the worst rumble. Chicken versus ranch. That's all right, actually. Might go for chicken versus ranch. Powerbomb pizza. Oh, that looks all right. Roman just stepping out of the car. So order now. So this is that's all they're serving, I think. Smackdown hunger. Order now. So that's it. Is that the whole menu? I think that's it. That is the menu, yeah. I mean, it looks nice, doesn't it? I don't know how much you actually get. And there's cheesy chicken champion. Spicy superstar. What's on about if we were to click about? It's just this one flipping page. You can click these things at the top, but it doesn't take you anywhere else. Watching your favourite superstars really works up an appetite. That is true. Whether it's live or from the comfort of your couch, to gear you up for the most stupendous house party or after party in history, WWE Smackadillas delivers from lunch till late night these heavyweight quesadillas. Quesadillas. We don't have. Well, we do have them, but I've never had them. I think it's called quesadillas. Don't know. Are stacked and loaded with signature ingredients and unexpected flavour combos. Add sides and a drink for a true tag team effort. Lol. I love that idea, though, that if you actually order from them, they go, would you like to make that a tag team? What do you mean, sorry? Would you like a side and a drink? Would you like to make it a faction? A tag team is if you add a drink. A faction is if you add a side and a drink as well. I like that. You could go full on with terminology. You can actually get a side, a drink, the meal, and a dessert. We call it a fatal four-way. So you could go for that if you want. KC says Sam. You don't know this, but one time you were streaming and the real KSI popped in and it had the tick next to him. He said Roman would win, and that's no cap. Fair play. He was right. Dort Knight said, that place looks awful. They're just taking normal food and calling them $1 million sandwich or mandible bear claw. Do they come to the UK? I don't think so. I could order and find out. I might arrive by SummerSlam. By the time I'm sat down watching SummerSlam, my food might actually arrive. I want a triple threat with a cookie. Oh, triple threat with a cookie. Lovely. That is what The Rock was cooking, said Oscar. I want a side of a super side kick fries. The pizza one looks all right, says McLean. A few of them look all right, actually. I'd order it. I'd give it a go, but I would imagine you'd probably have to be in the Texas area, maybe. Maybe. Don't know. Don't really know how it works. You can get it through Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub. I'm watching Friday Night Smackdown. Legend Killer. Shout out to you. It'll arrive all moldy and disgusting. Yeah. I saw a burger place on Uber Eats that stole McDonald's photos for their food. Do not order, said British Soundboard Pranks. Right. Undertaker. Michelle McCool. George Bush. What the hell is this? Something in Arlington, Texas. There's Steph. Okay, something to do with a National Medal of Honor thing in America. Right, we have got Pro Wrestling Tees has a pizza one, Foley and Brett. What do you mean? Pro Wrestling Tees does pizza. Do they? Do they? Do they? Do you remember WWE Crisps? I don't remember WWE Crisps. No. WWE Crisps. I've never been a Crisps person, to be honest. Next Friday, Andre Battle Royal. Next Friday, Andre Battle Royal. Intercontinental Championship match, triple threat. So that's what tonight is built towards. Can't see any pictures of Crisps. I can see them being on the front of, like, a few packs. But I can't see any, like, specific Crisps. Oh, there's some here. What's this? WWE Snacks. Power Pops. Was it them? Don't know. There's a few cereals and things. Right, well, that's a big announcement, isn't it, about next week's Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Shame that that's not made it onto flipping WrestleMania again. I mean, how do you have a 2-day WrestleMania and you can't find time for the flipping Battle Royal? That would be my question. That's next level, that is. Amos not in the Andre Rumble, says Larry. Do you think you will listen to AEW's Unrestricted podcast next week? They have Regal on it. No. I still haven't listened to the Jericho one. I love Regal. But I can't guarantee that I'll go out my way to search for that. Here's Roman. Where's he been then? Did he not go to his locker room? Has he just arrived and come straight out? That suggests he's scared. Scared. Roman fears Brock. Roman fears Brock. Look, he's still got his coat on. Still got his jacket on. No IC title match at Mania. No. Apparently not. Triple threat next week. Dream match. Angel Garza and Berto Carrillo, who are a tag team in a triple threat against Ricochet. Dream match. Can you say dream match? Here is Roman with that Universal Championship. Are you streaming Rampage? Yeah, we stick around for Rampage. It's not really an inconvenience, is it? We normally stick around 15 minutes anyway to do the scores, and Rampage is just on, so there was no point doing it. I never saw did anyone see what the ratings were for Rampage last week? Because it came on an hour and a half after SmackDown. Don't remember seeing what the ratings were. Gotta think they were low. Gotta think they were low. Vape Ross Vape said, I've sent you the menu. Was it more? I clicked on the menu and it only brought me to that one screen. Was there more? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is for what? Powerbomb pizzas. Pizzas crafted and sold by pro wrestlers. Jeez. Things that I wouldn't want to try. Pizzas that have been crafted by pro wrestlers. You know that WWE doesn't care about the mid-card titles, so an IC title match so no IC title match or US title match, said Justin. WWE Ice Cream versus AEW Chewing Gum, said Shoggoth. Who do you think is the new female AEW have signed? I didn't know they had signed someone, to be honest. If they've signed a female... Ember Moon? Don't think it'll be Nia Jax. Ember Moon or Sarah Logan. I don't know who's out there that you could get. Ember Moon's the first one that comes to mind for me. Don't think it will have been, don't think it'll be Tessa. She's with that Women of Wrestling, and it depends what her contract's like, but I'd be surprised if it was Tessa. I'll go with Ember. Right, Roman is in the ring. We got 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes. I mean, we're super close to WrestleMania, and I gotta be honest, like, I'm surprised this show wasn't more stacked. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like, Xavier Woods having a match against Ridge Holland and Nakamura taking on whoever. Can't even remember. Jimmy Uso. It has felt like a bit of a lack of star power here. I suppose we did get Ronda. Right, here we go. Roman. He's got a microphone in his hands. Brooklyn. Brooklyn, acknowledge me. 9 minutes. Brooklyn, acknowledge me. Wise man. Is Brock still in my locker room? Paul Heyman says, I don't know exactly where he is, but I know he's here at the same time as you, my tribal chief. Don't be afraid, wise man. If you're still in my locker room, I will come back there and put your head through the wall. On screen, we're seeing the broken lamp. Broken table. I really can't wait for WrestleMania. It gives me a look into the future, and I will be who I will be watching on Dynamite and Rampage. Right, they showed inside Roman's locker room, but Brock wasn't there. Suplex City is the champ from the crowds. He trashed that room. He did. I've told you idiots before, this is not Suplex City. This is the island of relevancy. There's Brock, look. He's got a pickaxe. Oh, what is it with cars? They just, honestly. Why do they trash so many cars? Small money. Hey, idiot. There's no weapons allowed at WrestleMania. It's another car just getting trashed. Brock throws that pickaxe away. He's got that WWE Championship belt over his shoulder, making his way seemingly to the ring. Nice shot of Sergeant Slaughter in the background on the side of that truck. Brock's music hits and is making his way to the ring. Dun, dun, that was my mum's car, said Justin. Poor cars. They got a family, damn it. Lesnar coming through the crowds. Jumps over the barricades. Stands on the commentary table. So, Brock staring at Roman. I don't know what we've got. We've got 5 minutes here. What's he going to look to do? He's grabbing a chair. He's standing back on that table. We've got loads of security. They're going to get trashed. I think Roman will do a spear. God mode. There's the God mode. Lesnar jumps off that commentary table, starts walloping everyone with that chair. Brock's music never gets old. Pure awesomeness, says Justin. Roy said, are you doing a toy hunt? No, I'm live streaming. Here we go with the security. Bloodline have come out. And we've got Roman heading up that entranceway with the Usos by his sides. Brock Lesnar gets into the ring. It looks like he's going to go chasing after him, but wallops one of the security guards that's down on the floor. Brock again with a chair, walloping the security. Brock Lesnar. Just, I mean, there's not really much left for him to do apart from beat up these security guards. Roman has gone. Brock standing on the announce table. Holding up the chair, holding up the WWE Championship. Here's Roman. At WrestleMania. You acknowledge me. At WrestleMania, you acknowledge me as the undisputed WWE Universal Champion. So there we go. Brock Lesnar. Roman Reigns. Biggest WrestleMania match of all time. Winner take all championship unification. Brock looking up at the WrestleMania sign. And there we go. That is the end of SmackDown. Let's get physical. Let's get the scores. Roman ran away. He did. Scaredy cat. Scared. What do you score WWE SmackDown? What'd you score it? What'd you give it? What'd you think? Did you enjoy it? 8 to 10. 7 to 7.75. It finished a few minutes early, actually. 6 to 6.75. 5.75 or below. They're just getting rid of all that history for a stupid Universal title, said Just Alex. Madison Square Garden. Broccoli. What? Days. Rampage got 346,000 last week. That's probably even more than I was expecting, to be honest. That's still higher than I thought they would get. Doesn't it normally get like about 550, 600,000? So it went down to 346. I mean, I still think that's not a bad, considering it was on so late. Primo said, is it not pathetic that WWE can't find room for Baszler on a 2-night WrestleMania, but they can find room for celebrities? I feel someone like Baszler is embarrassed to be viewed this low. Yeah. I can't answer that any other way. Yeah. The only thing I would say is there a chance he still makes it, though? I mean, we'll have to find out on Monday as to whether, because there's probably still room on the card, so he might still make it. So we'll see. We'll have to see what the final card actually looks like. The Universal title needs a long reign to cement it as a legitimate title for legacy. It has to have something that equals or rivals or supersedes the WWE title for legitimacy, says Eric. Before Brock left the chat, I asked him if his wife might be considering returning, and he said yes. So there we go, guys. Brock has said that Sable is thinking of returning, and that was reported live in our chat. That is going to be headline news. I would imagine Sean Ross sat right now. He's typing up the story. So's Dave Meltzer. Brock has confirmed Sable returning in the Wrestling Days live stream chat. Very exciting. Right, let me change this over because it is AE dub. We've got Wardlow. No, is it Wardlow? Lance Archer. I thought that was Wardlow's music. I still don't know the musics, to be honest, because I always have to have the sound turned down. But Lance Archer and Dustin Rhodes. Right, mate. Change this over and change this over. Nothing impressive for this close to Mania. 6 out of 10 plus no IC or US title at Mania is crazy. Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. Where is my AEW background? There it is. There it is. Jade Cargill, there she is. Ding, ding, ding. We are up and running with... Not Roman. Silly. We are up and running with Lance Archer and Dustin Rhodes. Archer versus Rhodes, brackets, not Cody. There we go. Retro D-Man, shout out to you. Harley said there's 11 matches so far. Normally there's 14. Seth Cody, Moss Bobby. What's the final match? Could it be the women's WrestleMania Battle Royal? We haven't had that one chucked on. Plus, Moss Bobby, as you say, Seth Cody. The one Battle Royal we know of, but we don't know about the women's Battle Royal. Are they even still doing the women's? But I can't remember if they did one last year, to be honest. So I genuinely don't know. Patsy Cline is the person that sang Crazy, and that's from the town I live in. She's amazing. Patsy Cline's awesome. I was forced to listen to her quite a bit when I was young, because that's the kind of music that my mom and dad were into, and my grandparents. So, bit of Patsy Cline, little bit of Glenn Campbell, stuff like that. Diana Ross, Cliff Richard, UB40. That was my youth. Amos is getting booked in a singles match over the US and IC champion. Unreal, said Big Time Baxter. This is Rampage. This is the show I've been waiting for, says Minty. Archer versus Brandy. Yeah, that's what we've got, Rota. You've called it, mate. This is why Rampage is unmissable, because you get matches that you don't expect to see. And I don't know about you, I did not expect to see this. So, Lance Archer versus Brandy Rhodes. Anthony, shout out to you. Hope you are well. We've had 258 votes. Keep your votes coming in. I think this was a flat SmackDown. I think that if you take the Brock stuff out, there's nothing here for me. I think that it's just filler. It's just filler. I thought this was a very flat episode, but I don't think I'm alone in that. I think there's quite a few people that probably feel that way. What I will say is there was nothing really offensive. There was nothing here that I was rolling my eyes at, or there was like, what? There's nothing here that's upsetting. You know, it's just all a bit. So, yeah, kind of felt like we were in go-home mode, to be honest. I think go-home mode's already started. If at WrestleMania, Johnny Knoxville defeats Sami Zayn, will you be annoyed? No. No, because I think my approach to those celebrity matches are going to be, I don't care. That's my approach. My approach, rather than getting like worked up and ranting about it and saying what I keep saying, I think everyone knows my viewpoint on it. And so I don't care if Johnny wins. I don't care if Sami wins. I think what if I could choose something, I'd have Sami win in a squash. I'd have Sami absolutely destroy Johnny Knoxville in a squash match and make Sami look like, you know, he is a professional athlete, trained wrestler, all that kind of stuff. So I would go that way personally. Even if it's not a squash and it's not like a 2-second thing, but it's done like short, really short. Or like he could end it, but he decides not to. And he stretches it out, whatever. I'd go along those lines. I don't mind the Logan one being a bit more competitive, because as I said, Logan to me is you can class him as a fighter over being an entertainer, so I don't mind that one. But when it comes to the celebrity matches, I ain't gonna be bothered who they have win. It's, you know, then I wouldn't have booked them matches in the first place, so it's already gone to a point I wouldn't have gone to. So whatever. Yeah, not worried about them. I mean, I wish they weren't there, and I wish we had a US title match and IC title match instead. Lance Archer over in the corner, intimidating the referee. We've got Dan Lambert on the outside. And he's biting on the fingers of Dustin Rhodes. Big Time Baxter said, this might sound brutal, but Finn did an interview on March 8th expressing how he felt hurt to not be involved in last year's WrestleMania, but said he was excited for this year's one. Yeah, I mean, he should be there. He should be there. Hopefully he still is. As we said, we'll find out Monday if they do chuck a match on. Larry said, I used to know Steve Blackman's sister's boyfriend. He was a firefighter. I met Blackman when they all came together to the grocery store that I worked in. Channel Name said, I can't believe it's hard to find footage of Jake DDT and Hogan and he gets cheered. I don't think I've ever seen that footage, to be honest. Can we talk about how the Intercontinental Championship is being defended on SmackDown to make room for celebrities? We've just done it. We've just spoke about it. Well, I suppose we haven't really covered Ricochet. But, I mean, in all fairness, Ricochet against Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza, who are a tag team, is not a match I'd be that excited for at WrestleMania anyway. He should have a proper feud against a proper singles opponent that, you know, then you could argue about it going on to WrestleMania. But I think not only is it disappointing that Ricochet is not going to be at WrestleMania and that the IC title is not going to be defended there, but also it's going to be in a throwaway feud against people that are a tag team. They're a tag team. They've turned their back on singles competition to try and make it as a tag team. And so now they've turned their attention to Ricochet. I don't know. It's messy, innit? It's messy. So yeah, not a fan of the mid-card titles not being there. Bulldog by Dustin Rhodes. We've had over 300 votes now, which is cool. Over 300 votes this evening. Big shout out to everyone that's voted. Dustin, 1, 2. Kick out by Lance. Next Friday, will you do a stream for the World Cup draw and thoughts on Italy going out? Is the World Cup draw next Friday, is it? Definitely want to do that, yes. Is that where we find out the groups? Definitely want to do that. Thoughts? Oh, we spoke about Italy going out earlier. Yeah, big shot. I mean, 17-1 North Macedonia. I can't remember what it was in that first hour, wasn't it? Towards the end of the first hour, we spoke about it. If you jump back, I'm sure you'll be able to find it, but we covered it in quite a bit of detail. Sammy said, Minty says, Sammy needs to go to Mexico and find El Generico. El Generico is so good. In 2009, he was the best wrestler in the world, in my opinion, says Minty. That'd be fun. That would be fun. 2 count here as Dustin gets his shoulder up. Where is Ruby Riott at? She is in AEW. She's known as Ruby Soho now. And where's the Riot Squad? They broke up. Matthew said, good night, Days. I'm giving it an 8 tonight. Rotem said, Days, after Roman's promo earlier in the car, we need a tribal vlog. A tribal chick. We need him to become a YouTuber. We need regular vlogs from Roman. Absolutely. The way you describe SmackDown, has that not been the case since the draft? That there's not been much happening apart from Roman and Brock? Yeah, to be honest. I would say, though, that this really didn't have much else on it in the sense of sometimes you can have a title match at least, or sometimes like you could have the Naomi-Sonya feud, or sometimes there would be something that played out. Here, we got Nakamura against Jimmy Uso, and it didn't matter who won. We got that fatal 4-way. It didn't matter who won. We had Xavier return, I suppose, but I'm not personally that bothered by that. So Xavier came back, and he took on Ridge Holland. Didn't really matter who won, but we did get Xavier back. It kind of feels like, yes, since the draft, it has largely been the Roman Brock show, but there has sometimes been someone else on the show, be it a Naomi Sonya segment or be it a title match or a title change or whatever it might be. But this genuinely, outside of, say, maybe Xavier coming back, there wasn't, was there? And I don't even think the Roman segment was that good this week. It was just Roman saying what he always says. Brock comes out. I mean, I can understand after watching that segment why people would say this is stale, the Roman thing, because that is something we've seen time and time and time. Insert place name, then say acknowledge me, then call out the opponent. Brock comes down to the ring. Roman runs away. Brock beats up security. I mean, gods. Yeah, I mean, can we not do anything more creative than that? Can we not find anything more interesting than that? Could we not find a way that Brock could have set a trap and swerved Roman or done something? I mean, it was all very paint by numbers. So that's why I think for me this was a flat show. So I would definitely be in the 5.75 or below. I'd probably be at a 5, to be honest. I mean, there was nothing offensive. I'd say that's a positive. Xavier came back. I give that as a positive. I think the Roman Brock stuff still felt big, and I thought Brock was quite entertaining, so I'd give that a positive. Really, outside of that, I'm starting to struggle then. Yeah, they almost did exactly that same segment before, says John. That is a problem, because that is where the conversation comes in that Roman's getting stale, because they do those same segments repeatedly. But to me, that's not Roman's fault. That's the creative's fault. I think the Roman character and the bloodline and all of that is great. You got to give him something creative to be doing. And just rerunning like segments and whatever. That's where people are like, I'm bored of this now. And I get it. I understand. I just don't think they're really helping Roman out. Right, we've got Jay Lethal. I don't like this new Archer, says Larry. Who are your dark horses for the World Cup? Mine are Netherlands. And who are your favourites? Mine are Brazil. My dark horse would be England. My favourite would be France. Go with France. I think if France are on their game, I think they do it. France won the Nations League. They are the current World Cup winners, holders. They won the Nations League. They have got talent all over the pitch, and they've got talent in reserve. Their problem is, can they get on the same page? They weren't quite on the same page at the Euros, and they lost. But they got on the same page for the Nations League, and they won it. So I would say I would have France as favourite. I'd have England as dark horses. I mean, I don't know quite what counts as a dark horse, to be honest. I mean, I suppose, would it be anyone that's not the favourite? I mean, you could add Spain. I think if Spain could definitely put something together. Spain looked quite good at the Euros, didn't they? I mean, Spain are like Man City. Dominate possession, pass the ball around, look great. Just lack a little bit of end product. Lack a striker. Spain are very much the Manchester City of the World Cup, I would think. I don't know who the Liverpool would be. Do you think Roman vacates? I hope he does. I hope he does. I don't want him to get beaten for it so quickly after Mania. So if he does win, then yes. By the way, we are at commercial break here. If he does win, then yeah, I hope he does vacate one. So I hope he does just say like he doesn't have any interest in being, representing both brands. He doesn't want to work Mondays as well. So he's going to give up the title, and then we get maybe a tournament or something would be great. Vince doesn't like tournaments. So chances are it would probably be a ladder match or something along those lines for the WWE, which, you know, would still be a lot of fun. Maybe the Money in the Bank would be for the title. Maybe they'd do that. Maybe they would do that because they've got to fill a stadium for Money in the Bank. So how about Roman forfeits the title, and at Money in the Bank, it's put up in the ladder match, and that's how, you know, they build up Money in the Bank as being, you can't miss it. Because they're going to have to make it can't miss, because they're up against UFC same night, and they're also having to fill a flipping stadium, so going to have to give them something pretty epic. England wouldn't be classed as a dark horse. What do you class as a dark horse then? What's a dark horse? I mean, you can say someone that's not one of the favourites, but where do you draw the line on favourites? I think England are like 4th favourites. So at what point do you become a dark horse? What if Balor manages to pitch the Demon for WrestleMania? Not sure if he's got that in his back pocket, but situations like this, it's worth pushing for. Did you hear about a recently released women's wrestler getting announced that she has signed with AEW? Not really, no. I've only heard about it earlier when someone said, who is this female that's been signed? That's the first question I've heard. So my first initial reaction would be Ember Moon. That would be my first initial reaction, but I have no idea. Right, in ring we've got Fuego. So I don't know what this is. Fuego. Commentary last week called me undersized. Okay. We're just hearing from Fuego. It's interesting they're giving him a chance to talk. You believe in me. You believed in my fight. So, Fuego calling out House of Black. Lights go out, so I'm not sure who he's facing in the House of Black. Buddy Matthews is already in the ring. Brody King's in the other corner. And there's Aleister Black as well. It's kind of a nice presentation. So the ring was there, and there was a spotlight in the one corner, spotlight in the other corner, spotlight in the middle, and you had the 3 members of the House of Black. It was quite nice. Could it be Mia Yim? Oh, yeah, it could be Mia Yim. That's a good shout. Yep, that's a good shout. Days, the poll. We'll see if we can get to 400. We're at 381 right now. Wales are 1 game away from the World Cup. Why is Dorcas Blades been called off? What's new main event? I haven't heard that it has been called off. It wasn't last night, so if it's been called off, it's been called off today. Still listed on Google. Can't see anything about it being called off, so I don't think it is. Got Dark Order coming down. Who do you think's winning TBS title and ending the streak of Jade Cargill? Someone who's not there, or my pick would be Ember if she goes to AEW. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ember's probably a good shout. Would they give it to someone like Ty Conti now that she's with Sammy? I hope not. I hope not. They might give it to Ty Conti. I don't know I can't say a name without doing a face like that. But yeah, someone like Mia Yim would be great. Ruby Soho as well. I don't mind. I feel like Ruby Soho has not been used well at all since she came in. I don't know if she's injured. I don't even know where she is at the moment. We are hearing from Dan Lambert and Scorpio Sky. Mia Yim will win the title, said Bakayuka. When you order the Shield versus Revolution from Wish. Viva Gareth Bale, Wales Golf Madrid. In that order, we, brackets Wales, have qualified for €2 and a World Cup in the last few years. We're on the up. It is true, you've still got to get past Scotland, Ukraine, haven't you? One of those teams. But you did take a big step forward. I am exhausted. COVID takes it out of you. Enjoy the stream. Take care. See you for the England game. Night. Shout out to you, my friends. Have a good evening. And yeah, tomorrow we've got England in action. England taking on Switzerland. It'll be an interesting game, that, because it'll be great to see who Gareth picks. And obviously, you know, squads in mind. Going to be thinking about who's going to a World Cup and whatnot, so chance for people to shine against a very difficult team in Switzerland. Underrated Switzerland. Dark Order versus Red Dragon. AEW has got Aleister Black. Raw has Aleister Purple. In Edge, says Rotem. Larry said, I'm telling you, Wyndham Rotunda will merge the House of Black and the Dark Order. My unpopular opinion, said Eric, Ruby Soho, a.k.a. Ruby Riott, was and will always be overrated as a character. She's a good wrestler, but the character is overrated. Heather said, let's go 5 and 10. Well, off the corner comes 10. Do you think AEW botched Ruby Soho's debut? She was fed to Britt right out the gate. I do. I mean, I also think she's probably a bigger star to us than she kind of is in the wrestling world. Like, to us, we watched her in WWE, but like, she wasn't really ever on top in WWE, was she? She was never one of the top women. She was in the Riot Squad. And think about how little they were using the Riot Squad towards the end, and you know, they were on TV. People will know of her, but I think it is we do blow her out of proportion. Like, to me, she was someone that had loads of potential, but that potential was never fulfilled. So I suppose, really, I was hoping that AEW would realise that potential, unleash that potential. It didn't really go that way, to be honest, or it hasn't yet. So, yeah, I would say it was a bit mishandled. The only thing is, though, I will say it is hard for AEW. Because imagine right now you've got plans in place and you're like, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, yeah? And then all of a sudden it becomes available that you can have someone. And now you've got to try and insert them into your plan already. You've already got it laid out and now you need to bring this person in. Well, maybe it was just timing. Maybe Ruby Soho came in at a time where creative was in place. Britt was the woman that was taking the title. What do you do with Ruby Soho? You can't have her beat Britt. I mean, what you could do is just put her on the back burner immediately, have her come in, make a big deal out of her, then have her just beat jobbers, basically. Just keep her ticking over till you need her. But they haven't been able to do that, and instead, she's taken some L's. Now she just feels lost in the shuffle. And that's a bit of a problem. But one thing I will say is that I think they did the same with Thunder Rosa. So Thunder Rosa came in, she was really hot, had that match with Britt, and then didn't really do much in what followed. She was lost in the shuffle, taking a few losses and whatever. And then as soon as they needed her again, they brought her back to the forefront, turned the heat up, and that was good enough for people. So they can still do the same with Ruby Soho. You know, all right, she's lost in the shuffle now, but when it's her time, bring her to the forefront, turn the heat up, and then you've got Ruby Soho. Would you like FTR to join? We're at commercial break, by the way. Would you like FTR to join Bryan Danielson, Moxley? I think they would fit nicely. Or do you think they want younger talent? I mean, look, I don't mind them joining because I think that they're a perfect fit for that group. But I suppose Danielson's more interested in working with the younger talent like Wheeler Yuta, Moriarty and whatever. So, yeah, I think I would keep them away. But if they did join, I wouldn't be against it. I think that's a great-looking group. Moxley, Danielson, FTR is a great-looking faction. England always get an easy group in the World Cup, says Roy. I hope they do again. Are you looking forward to Thunder Rosa's championship reign? I am hoping for some good matches. That's what I'm hoping for. She, I think, is carrying an injury, and it has felt like she's been carrying an injury for quite a while now. And the other thing as well is, I must admit, I'm not that high on Thunder Rosa at the moment, just because not only has the match quality seemingly been below her usual standards, maybe because of injury, but what we just said, I think is a problem. Like, to me, you can't just have someone on the back burner, then bring them forward and turn the heat up, and that's going to be good enough. It's going to be good enough for many people out there. It's not good enough for me. For me, I want someone that feels genuine, feels like a real threat. If you have them just bobbing around, not really seeing them, taking a few L's, and then all of a sudden they just become relevant, like, it's just really bad storytelling for me. So I do worry a bit for Ruby Soho. Like, my feelings towards Thunder Rosa are just like, she's just sort of there. And that's not how I used to feel about her. You can't help how you feel. Like, you know, I think how she's been booked has been pretty poor. Again, this is my opinion, because for many people, they've loved seeing her win the title and they've loved it. For me, it wasn't booked right. And I would have had her staying a lot more relevant. And, you know, they had her doing dark stuff, elevation stuff. Didn't she lose to... I remember her losing to... Was it Jade Cargill in that TBS tournament? I mean, stuff like that, you know. Seeing her lose to, like, Jade Cargill, who we know is green and looks green and is green, in a match that wasn't very good, that does damage to me. That affects my enjoyment of someone. So, yeah, I'm very much concerned. I just wanted to have some killer matches. And that's why, and I don't know that that's going to come against Nyla Rose, to be honest. That's why Nyla Rose is a bit of a... We'll see. We'll see. I'm more into Deeb at the moment. Right. Jungle Boy and Jurassic Express came down. They've stolen the belts, Red Dragon, and run away with them. Talking of Nyla Rose and Thunder Rosa, we've got on screen now. I defeated Rio and won the AEW Women's Championship. Actions speak louder than words. I'm going to show you how dominant of a force I can be. Okay. Well, here comes Nyla Rose. So, Nyla Rose making her way out. I don't know who she's facing. Is Ruby a victim of not being marketable because she doesn't have the look that bosses want to blast on posters? Well, I don't know why, because I think she's super marketable. I think it's so narrow-minded to think that people have got to be... What? Blonde. What? I don't know. What is a non-marketable look? I mean, I feel like Ruby Soho's super marketable. She's very distinctive. Certainly with, like, you know, the shaved... when she shaves the side of her head... And she's got that kind of punk rock look. I mean, she's not just like some bland generic girl that's just like in bland generic attire with bland generic... Everything's just generic. Like, I would say that she's super marketable. I would think that Shotzi was marketable as well. I mean, like, I feel like they've clearly got personalities. You only have to take one look at them to see that she's what she's about. What she's into, what kind of lifestyle she has, and do you know what I mean? She's into her kind of punk music, rock music. She's got tattoos. She's part of that kind of counterculture. I feel like all that's super, super marketable. It's just, it's maybe not what WWE wants to push, and I don't know why. Don't know why. Okay, whoever this was just got destroyed. So thanks for coming. Coming up next, QT Marshall is doing something with Hook. So we've got a Hook segment. Right, we've got to 436 votes. Let's end the poll. Ruby did main event a show in front of 20,000 at Arthur Ashe instead of Kenny and Bryan Danielson, but she has gone missing recently, says Daniel. 35% of people thought that was 8 to 10. I mean... Isn't it funny? I can't get my head around it, to be honest. It's like whenever we talk in the chat, you do halftime scores, it's 5s and 6s. And then 8 to 10s. I mean, people have got different scales. Do you know what I mean? I don't get it, though. I don't get that at all. Do you think Kevin Owens might have some legends to interfere and attack Stone Cold? Don't think so. I'm not expecting other legends to be involved. What was your score? 5. 5, and I would struggle to say why I was that high. I think the reason I was that high, the big reason, is because I actually didn't hate the show. I didn't hate it. I didn't actively hate the show. There was nothing to hate. It's just there. But there was nothing to love. It was there. It was a show. It was bland. It was 5. It was middle of the road. It was... I don't want to even say average. Because I feel at least you get like a decent Roman segment on an average show. I didn't even think this Roman segment was all that great. It was very bland from start to finish. So, go home. Had go home vibes for me. So, yeah, I would say 5 because... it was there. I mean, for me, an 8 to 10 for me is I would want OMG moments. is King Woods an OMG moment? I mean, it certainly isn't for me. 8 to 10, if something's 8 to 10, it's got to be amongst like one of the best shows of the year. 8 to 10, 35% of people thought that was 8 to 10. Sometimes I just feel a bit like out of sync with like maybe the WWE universe, or maybe it's just WWE stans that are just gonna hit 8 to 10 whatever they get. I really don't know. All you can do is be honest about what you see and explain why you see it that way, and that's all you can do, isn't it, really? Chogoth said the storyline has been set for Brock to win at WrestleMania, so it'll be disappointing when Roman wins. I would be alright with it. I want Roman to win, personally. Again, reason being, I think Brock's as big as he's going to be, and I think whoever beats Roman is going to massively benefit, and I just don't think Brock needs it. So why have Brock do it? Same as mine rating. That is a fair rating for a go home, said Bakayuka. And again, I didn't hate this show. I don't even think this is a show like, do you know what I mean? Sometimes things happen that I really flipping hate, and I go on a rant for about half an hour. I mean, nothing to rant about. I mean, it was just there. Here's QT Marshall then. Let's see what QT has got. He's got a QT Marshall certificate of accomplishment. So, QT Marshall certificate for Hook. And Hook's coming out. So, got 20 minutes left. And then we'll obviously wrap up the stream. We are back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow for England taking on Switzerland in a friendly, which is going to be interesting. And we've then got UFC, which should be good as well. I don't know how good. I don't know if it's going to be able to compete with what we saw last week, but it doesn't need to. It's still going to be enjoyable, I'm sure. Chants for Hook. So the crowd chanting for Hook. Okay. Hook. Congratulations. You're going to be able to tell your grandkids about this. Certificate of accomplishment. There's some confetti. You deserve it, is the chant from the crowd. You deserve it. Hook puts Solo through the certificate. It's not very nice, is it? I mean, it was all lovely and everything was great. Here's Danhausen. Danhausen tries to curse. Hook walks away. Is QT kidding with this? Well, Hook wasn't messing around, was he? Right, we've got... Is this going to be Starks against Swerve? Is this our main event of the evening? It's time for the main event. England need to lose every game at the World Cup. No, that's not what England need to do.
Of all the things that England need to do, that's, I would say, the absolute bottom of the priority list. Top would be winning every game. Is the FT Championship still a thing? Well, yeah, it's still there. Are you saying she was Lightning Rosa before Thunder Rosa? No. I don't know why, says Robert. I don't even know what? This is going to be a good main event, said Jilly. Whose house? Swerve's house. It's time. It's time for the main event. Right, on Dynamite, we got Darby Allin taking on Andrade El Idolo. We've got FTR against Gun Club. Owen Hart's Foundation Women's Tournament Qualifier. That's a bit better, isn't it? That's a bit more palatable. Calling it the Owen Hart Foundation Tournament, not the Owen Hart Tournament. I do prefer that. Okay, here comes Swerve. It is for the FTW Championship, apparently, as well. Yeah, this is an FTW match. Our house in the middle of our street. Our house. I am looking forward to the England game tomorrow. Yeah, should be fun. See what Team England put out and see if there's going to be any new names that get a chance. I mean, there should be, because there's no Walker, there's no Trent, so I don't know who's playing at right back for England. Be interesting to see, you know, Pickford in goal maybe. Do we go? I don't know who we go with. Did he pick Tammy Abraham? Conor Gallagher got called up. Could he start? Here's Starks. When AEW come to the UK and Swerve shouts, "Whose house?" I hope the crowd reply, "Not yours. You've not paid the rent for months." Can you explain why the Gun Club sits in the audience when they're employees of AEW and can just be sat in the back? It's because they want to interfere. So if they're sat at the back, they can't make their presence felt. But if they're ringside, they can interfere. Loved a bit of mayonnaise in our house. Swerve's house in the middle of our street, said Esteban. Where did they go on vacation? Did they go to Egypt? They did go to Egypt. Yep. They love India and they loved Egypt. They love both of them places because they just love the sun. Anywhere where, I mean, if they did flipping trips to the Sahara, I think they would go. Like, they just literally, they don't go sightseeing or anything. They just want to go to a hot country that's got a nice hotel and they just stay sunbathing. That's it. That's all they do. They go and sunbathe in a hot country. That is it. So they'll have their music on or they'll read a book or do whatever, but they just lie in the sun. And I'm sure it's, you know, very refreshing, recharging and all that good stuff, so. So yeah, they have gone to Egypt. Right, 14 minutes is what we've got. Undertaker is the greatest legend of all time, said Humble Rumble. Maldy said, I'll post my predicted lineup for England. Do it. Tony has said that free agents and people not signed to AEW will compete in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. Do you think Dax could win it if he has Brett with him? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't have Dax winning it. I wouldn't have a member of a tag team winning it. I would personally give it to someone that's a solo person that can benefit from it as a solo star. I think having like Dax win it and then putting him back in FTR, I don't know. I mean, like I wouldn't go that way. I could see the argument for it, but it kind of feels like you're starting to drive a bit of a wedge then between Dax and Dash. Do you know what I mean? Because for me, like, you're building up Dax. You're not really building up FTR. You're building up Dax. I think I would have a solo star win it. Dropkick by Swerve. I would rather see Ramsdale in gold than Pickford, says James. Why, James? I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. Just why? Days, I meant I love a bit in our house in the middle of our street. Yes. I think everyone's singing that song right now. Bit of madness. Big time fight feel for the prestigious FTW Championship, says Justin. Big time. Roy said Harry Maguire should never be in an England team. Ricky Starks in the corner. Rotem said Harthausen to win it. Starks stomping down on Swerve. Picture in picture for AEW Rampage. Again, Ricky Starks stomping on Swerve. Do AEW use smaller rings sometimes in different arenas? They do seem small sometimes, said Justin. I think they were small the other week because of the cage. I don't know what that was. I think, was it like a back elbow type thing? Ramsdale has been better than Pickford. He makes too many mistakes, says James. Starks over in the corner. It's not Swerve's house, it's Paige's house. Right, we've got Ricky Starks trying to get back up to his feet. Swerve has got him in the corner. Kick coming in, and again, Ricky Starks goes down. Boot to the shoulder there by Swerve. When Tony Khan announces more matches next week, I wonder if he will declare Dynamite and Rampage the most stupendous episodes ever, says Job. Primo said, this show has been okay. Root Beer Float said, how come they still didn't do Shaq versus Big Show? I mean, are they ever going to do it? Do you think they're waiting for the right time because the crowd might not care that much? I just don't think it's a priority. I don't think it's ever been a priority. I think WWE were interested in the idea at one point, but for whatever reason, it never got over the line. I suppose in AEW, it felt like it might happen, but I think that time's gone. I don't think there'll be any time now where people care about that match. Neither of them are at the pinnacle of their kind of careers, are they? I mean, Shaq's been retired for a long, long time. Big Show's been out the game for a long, long time. Like, it's gone. I think, like, when Big Show was an active competitor and Shaq, I think, had not long retired, that might have been your best chance of doing it and to get any kind of reaction out of people. But now, I'm not sure people would be bothered. I wouldn't be bothered. I know Tony likes to rotate talent for Dynamite, but they seem to always book Mox and Bryan every week. Gotta go with your big stars, didn't you? I mean, like Danielson, Moxley, CM Punk. They're going to be names that will be ever-present names, really. Starks on his feet, throwing in some elbows to the back of the head. He's big power bomb to Swerve. Big power bomb to Swerve. Right, up goes Starks. He just looks a little bit off at the moment, Starks. It's just been a couple of moves like that. That elbow didn't look quite right. That moonsault didn't look quite right. 1, 2, kick out by Swerve. So Swerve and Starks battling away. Middle of the ring at the moment. Nice stretch applied. Swerve chants from the crowd. Swerve down in the middle of the ring. Starks putting that stretch on. But Swerve has been able to get back up to his feet. Strikes to the midsection. Back in the corner goes Ricky Starks. Swerve lands on his feet. Big knee. Against the ropes goes. Clothesline. Down goes Starks. And again. Over into the corner goes Starks. Back elbow by Swerve. Swerve up. Elbow to the back of the head. Starks going over to the corner. Clothesline. Swerve over to the other side. No one there. Roll. Leaping flatliner there by Swerve. Do you think the shine wears off debuts quick? Yes. Yes. Did you see that Bruno has signed? I heard that he was going to sign. I haven't heard he's actually signed. So that's interesting. Has AEW got too many factions groups? I think it's fine, but it is also getting a bit ridiculous. I think there probably is. The only thing I would say, though, is that if there was some big factions in AEW, or if you worked there in AEW, would it not make sense for you to join a faction as well? Because you clearly, if everyone's in a faction, there would be like a strength in numbers type thing. So I think there probably are a lot of factions, and I don't think they use the factions all that well. I mean, there's not much in the way of like a faction war per se. But I can understand why there's so many factions, because if I was there and you had Dark Order and you had the Elite and you had Inner Circle and you had the Jericho Appreciation Society and you had the Hardy family and all this, you'd be foolish to not get yourself into a faction. Because how are you ever going to compete with these groups? So I can get it. This is awesome, says the crowd. Shiran, shout out to you. AEW is bringing back Captain Insano with Paul White. That's not something I'm interested in. If this was WWE, it would work, but this is AEW, and gimmicks like Big Show's Netflix superhero doesn't go here. Yeah, I don't even know what Captain Insano is. I never watched the Big Show show. Is that what it was on? Big Swole and Janela claim they're leaving AEW to avoid public being aware Tony didn't renew their contracts. Big Swole and Joey Janela claim they're leaving AEW to avoid the public being aware that Tony didn't. I don't know what that means. I think the world knows he didn't renew Big Swole. He told everyone. Powerhouse Hobbs throws Swerve back in the ring. Double underhooks by Ricky Starks. Swerves up. Gets planted. And 1, 2, 3. There we go. Ricky Starks wins in the main event of Rampage. Ricky is not in full Starks action. Captain Insano is from the Water Boy. Oh. Right, we've got a banner coming down. Someone's breaking that banner, surely. Austin, Texas. Loves Ricky Starks, says the banner. Keith Lee is there. Keith Lee. Keith Lee's here. So Keith Lee seemingly going after Starks and the FTW championship. Oh, bask in his glory being sung by the crowds. Starks wins. Was there hints of a female sign-in? No. Not unless something was said, but... Right, we've got Starks and Swerve going at it. We've got Powerhouse Hobbs and Keith Lee going at it. Yeah, I mean, they're just brawling in the ring at the moment. Keith Lee was already in a feud with Starks and Hobbs, said Davids. Future tag match Wednesday night. I'm calling it, says Justin. Bell sounding as they're trying to separate Powerhouse Hobbs and Keith Lee. And there we go. Show goes off the air. Getting your thoughts then about Rampage. What did you think about Rampage? I hope that's what it's for. I'm just confused. I can see Captain Insano in a video game. Ah, is that what that'd be all right if they put like stuff in there. Rotem said you need to watch Danhausen's interviews Jericho on his channel, says Rotem. AEW do love their brawls. They do love their brawls. Flavio said 6.5. Corvid said, "Did I miss the female talent signing they said would happen tonight?" I didn't see anything there. Unless they teased some verbally and I missed it. I didn't see anything there. Why doesn't Hook come out? It's a strange dynamic that's a heel faction, but Hook is so over. Hook has nothing to do with Starks and Hobbs anymore. 6.5, 2, 7.25, 6.5. The hint at the woman is that a mystery woman will face the Bunny in the first match of the Owen Hart tournament. That was it. Was that it? Tune in tonight so that we can tell you that a mystery person's going to be in the Owen Hart thing. Jeez. I mean, I don't even know how that was hyped. I don't know if AEW hinted at that or hyped that. I haven't heard anything about it. If they had and said that, you know, tune in tonight for some information about a mystery woman or whatever, and that's all it was, then I think that's quite clickbaity, to be honest. 6.75, 5, 7, 9, 6.5. Erasure Mind said 6.75. Root Beer Float said, I think Big Show, Paul White, should be in a sitcom. He was in the Big Show, wasn't he? End of Day said, I got a Big Daddy Claymore mask. What's a Claymore mask? And t-shirt. And a God Mode t-shirt in the sale today. That's good. New Japan is based on factions and it works. It's easier to work storylines than individual ones, says Heather. Tony said it in a radio interview. Okay. LT gives it a 7. Shiran said 2 ding-dongs out of 10. AEW didn't hype it, but Tony did mention it on a radio interview. 6.5. Tegan Knox, Ember, Tony, Yim are my picks, says Moldy. Days, Tony did not renew Janella's contracts. Having a female debut against the Bunny is a pretty dry way to introduce someone, says Primo. Right, well, lots of 6s and 7s. I mean, it's fine, wasn't it? It's fine. I feel like tonight's just been quite insignificant, which is a little bit of a shame. Certainly this close to WrestleMania. But, hey-ho, we are close to WrestleMania. 1 week to go. That is it. 1 week to go. This time next week, we'll be watching SmackDown, Hall of Fame. We'll have WrestleMania, 2 days. We'll have Stand and Deliver. It's a massive week. I need to start making thumbnails and stuff. It's a massive, massive weekend next weekend. So appreciate the support. We're not far away from the grandest stage of them all. Hope you enjoyed the show and got whatever you could out of it. And hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.